Indonesia pada masa yang akan datang. Saudara-saudara sekalian yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan, saya juga mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada panitia yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini, sekalipun kita melihat sejak awal tadi masih banyak sekali kendala-kendala yang masih perlu dikoreksi, yang masih perlu diperbaiki pada masa-masa yang akan datang. Dan hal ini juga menyebabkan saya harus memohon maaf kepada para partisipan, para keynote speaker, para speaker yang ada pada saat ini atas keterbatasan-keterbatasan yang ada pada saat ini. Sekali lagi saya mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Kegiatan seminar international conference yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini mengambil tema yang juga cukup baik, yaitu post pandemic reconstruction for future education. Saya pikir ini adalah sebuah tema yang sangat baik, di mana kita semua sekarang sedang mengalami ya wabah pandemi ini, ya COVID-19 ini telah mewabah hampir seluruh negara-negara di dunia, dan ini membawa sebuah tradisi baru, membawa sebuah culture yang baru, sehingga hampir semua negara-negara yang terkena wabah ini melakukan adaptasi dan penyesuaian, melakukan beberapa rekonstruksi terhadap perilaku umat manusia di negara masing-masing, terkhusus pendidikan. Kami di Indonesia hingga saat ini pada masa pandemi ini masih melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan pembelajaran, kegiatan-kegiatan pendidikan, ya, education and tarbiyah, ini kita masih lakukan terus dengan secara online, dengan secara daring yang berbasis web ataupun internet. Ini sesungguhnya di negara kami di Indonesia masih banyak lembaga-lembaga pendidikan yang menganggap bahwa apa yang kita lakukan pada saat pandemi ini dalam proses pembelajaran ini adalah satu inovasi, sekalipun kita semua merasakan ada beberapa keterbatasan, yaitu keterbatasan dari sumber daya manusia maupun keterbatasan dari teknologi itu sendiri. Seminar ini saya menganggap tema yang cukup baik, cukup penting untuk kita kembangkan, supaya kita semua bisa memperoleh sebuah formulasi, ya, dengan racikan dari berbagai pengalaman pendidikan yang ada di negara kita masing-masing. Untuk itu saya atas nama Rektor Institut Agama Islam Negeri Parepare menyampaikan banyak terima kasih kepada para narasumber yang telah mewakafkan waktu dan pikirannya untuk bersama-sama dalam konferensi ini, untuk sharing pendapat, untuk menyampaikan pengalaman-pengalaman kita dalam masa pandemi ini, sehingga kita menemukan sebuah formula yang tepat pada masing-masing negara kita untuk mengembangkan pendidikan di negara kita masing-masing. Sungguh pandemi ini juga telah memberikan hikmah yang sangat luar biasa. Saya berpendapat bahwa pandemi ini adalah suatu pandemi yang datang pada kita ini akan memberikan sebuah hikmah pada kita semua, khususnya umat manusia. Karena dengan pandemi ini banyak sekali adaptasi yang kita lakukan, banyak sekali rekonstruksi yang harus kita lakukan supaya kita bisa terhindar dari yang namanya virus virus corona ini. Untuk itu sekali lagi saya ucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada para keynote speaker, para narasumber kita yang mewakafkan waktunya dalam kegiatan seminar kita pada hari ini. Saudara-saudara sekalian yang saya hormati, untuk itu mari kita bersama-sama membuka acara International Conference ini dengan mengharap keridhaan Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, kiranya memberkati kita, kiranya memberikan pemikiran-pemikiran kepada kita semua agar tujuan konferensi ini bisa tercapai. Untuk itu saya mengajak kepada kita semua untuk bersama-sama membaca Ummul Kitab. Ala hazihin niyah Al-Fatihah. Terima kasih Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu serta saudara-saudari sekalian. Harapan kami di dalam seminar International Conference ini kita bisa menemukan sebuah konsep di mana kita akan melaksanakan pendidikan pada masa yang akan datang dengan bermuara dari masa pandemi ini. Saya pikir ada 3 hal yang harus menjadi basic dari pendidikan kita pada masa yang akan datang setelah kita bercermin bagaimana dunia pendidikan dan hasil pendidikan kita pada masa lalu, utamanya di Indonesia. Jadi ada 3 pilar yang perlu kita jadikan sebagai dasar pengembangan, yaitu tentang culture. Bagaimana budaya ini juga menjadi sebuah basic, menjadi sebuah bahan racikan untuk menemukan bagaimana pendidikan pada masa yang akan datang. Setiap negara saya pikir punya kultur yang berbeda, punya adat istiadat yang berbeda, dan adat istiadat atau kultur ini pula ini tidak bisa kita tinggalkan dalam membentuk atau dalam merekonstruksi pendidikan pada masa yang akan datang. Pilar yang kedua, kita semua ketahui bahwa ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi ini senantiasa berkembang. Pada setiap detik akan ada pemikiran-pemikiran yang lahir dari manusia, sehingga ini memberikan kontribusi terhadap pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Dan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi ini juga harus menjadi basic. Dia harus menjadi dasar pijak dalam rangka untuk menyusun konsep pendidikan pada masa yang akan datang. Dan pilar yang ketiga adalah pilar yang saya anggap sangat-sangat penting untuk dijadikan sebagai dasar pemikiran untuk membentuk bagaimana model pendidikan kita pada masa yang akan datang, yaitu tentang religi, tentang ad-din, tentang agama. Karena bagaimanapun agama mengajarkan kita nilai-nilai dan norma. Begitu banyak pemikir, begitu banyak pakar, tetapi ketika mereka tidak didasari oleh pengetahuan agama yang kuat, tidak didasarkan pada nilai-nilai moral yang bagus, maka tentu dia juga tidak bisa mengembangkan dengan baik dan manfaat bagi umat manusia hasil pemikiran dan idenya. Sehingga agama tidak bisa kita tinggalkan karena dialah yang akan membentuk jiwa, dia akan membentuk moral pada setiap manusia, sehingga kita perlu menjadikannya sebagai pilar ketiga dalam dasar untuk menyusun bagaimana pendidikan pada masa yang akan datang. Saudara-saudara sekalian yang saya hormati, demikian mungkin apa yang dapat saya sampaikan, dan sekali lagi terima kasih kepada para narasumber yang sudah bersedia untuk memberikan membagi kepada kita sharing ilmu pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan pengalamannya kepada kita semua dalam international conference yang ada pada saat ini. Dan akhirnya saya memohon maaf atas segala kekurangan yang mungkin kita alami dalam kegiatan ini. Tentu kami ingin melaksanakan sesempurna mungkin kegiatan ini, tapi kita semua mengetahui bahwa ada faktor-faktor lain yang ikut berkontribusi terhadap pelaksanaan kegiatan ini. Untuk itu sekali lagi saya mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan yang terjadi pada konferensi pada kali ini, dan mudah-mudahan kita semua tidak bosan-bosan untuk senantiasa memberikan buah-buah pemikiran khususnya kepada lembaga kami, Institut Agama Islam Negeri Parepare. Saya sangat berharap untuk para bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu narasumber untuk bisa, khususnya yang dari luar negeri, untuk bisa hadir secara langsung di Institut Agama Islam Negeri Parepare. Nantazirukum fi jami'ah haza. We invite you for come to our campus in Parepare. Al-afu minkum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas we have presented to you this afternoon as we have finished our opening ceremony. We hope you enjoy until the end of this conference. Bye-bye and salam from Parepare, Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And the next event will be handled by the host. The host, please.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and have a good time, dear ladies and gentlemen. From State Islamic Institute of Parepare, South Sulawesi, Indonesia. On this lovely afternoon, first of all, we would like to welcome all presenters and participants on this virtual international conference by the theme Post-Pandemic Reconstruction for Future Education. Sadatil bahisin wal bahisat al-mushtarikin wal mushtarikat fi hadhihi an-nadwa al-iqtiradiyah al-alamiyah bil mawdu' i'adatu bina'i at-tarbiyati wat ta'lim akibal waba al-ja'ih bi virus corona 19. Fayasurruni an ukhbirakum bi anna al-mushtarikin wal mushtarikat fi hadhihi an-nadwa تشتركون من أنحاء البلدان في العالم منهم من شرق الأوسط العراق فلسطين مصر والعربية السعودية from European countries, American countries, Asian countries ومن البلدان المجاورة بإندونيسيا أقول لكم مرحبا أهلا وسهلا selamat bergabung. Ladies and gentlemen, praises is always be given to Allah for the blessing and guidance. So we all can here in Zoom meeting to participate this virtual international conference. Before we start the conference, let me inform to the participant that we will mute all participant voices and you might ask any question by writing your question on chat feature or on YouTube comments during the conference process. Distinguished presenters and participants, we are going to start the program. So this great opportunity, I will give to the moderator to manage this conference as well as possible. As the first moderator will be handled by Mrs. Nurhamda M.Pd, and the second moderator will be handled by Mr. Dr. Kaharudin Ramli M.Pd. Time is yours. Thank you very much. Please enjoy this international conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sama-sama di sini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Hello everyone, good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are in this part of this world. Welcome to the virtual international conference. I would like to say thank you very much for taking your time, join us for international webinar today, held by the postgraduate program, IAIN Parepare, State Islamic Institute of Parepare. We have so many amazing participants around right now. I saw that many hello from Indonesia, from Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Java, and many more. I saw also hello from India, from Philippines, Egypt, Pakistan, Morocco, Tunisia, and also Nigeria. We really appreciate it that you may take your time, join us today. The webinar will be guided by two moderators. I am Nur Hamda, a lecturer from State Islamic Institute Parepare. And then this is my partner, Dr. Kaharudin M.Pd, will be handled by Arabic language. Just want to share you about the background of our webinar today. Today of the webinar is about the reconstruction for future education on post-pandemic. That we know that many changes occur on this world, on this pandemic time right now, including on education. So university and even school are required to provide an online learning. While we as a teacher or even lecturer, that we need to be back to the track, how to prepare the students for the future. That we need the students be independent learner, to be a creative, innovative, critic, or even the ability to make a connection or networking to others. So I'm really happy today that we are really happy today. We both are really happy today as a moderator that today we, because today for the first conference, we have 10 speakers, but Rector of IAIN Parepare already delivered his speech about how to reconstruct the education for the future. And then another speaker is a Professor Ali Al-Qoura, a Professor of Curriculum and Instruction, Faculty of Education from Mansoura University, Egypt. We also have Dr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad Alhennawy, and from Qatar. And we also have Mrs. Asthma or Mustafa, the only one woman that we give a speech today. She's from Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Palestine. And we also have Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, the founder of Qatar Group from Kuwait. And also we will have Mr. Yassin Alhennawy, Certified Delta, CELTA, and TESOL from Tamer International School, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And we would like to invite also Associate Professor Dr. K.J. Vargheese from Christ College, Irinjalakuda, Kerala, India. And next we will have Associate Professor Dr. Sherif Muhammad Ismail from American University in Cairo, Egypt. And the last, no, before the last, we still have one, Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad from University Sukur IBA, Pakistan. And then the last, because in the beginning we have the rector from Indonesia, and then the last we also have from Indonesia, Dr. Anli Asrifan M.Pd from Muhammadiyah University, Sidan Rengrapang, Indonesia. The discussion will be guided by Dr. Kaharudin Ramli M.Pd as my partner, and this time, falyatafaddal Qoura.
طيب شكرا على هذه الفرصة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله على توفيقه وهدايته وشكر على عيانته وتصفيله والصلاة والسلام على نبينا المصطفى وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أيها السادة والسادات وبالخصوص إلى المتكلمين الكرام والكريمات، شكرا على اهتمامكم وعلومكم وجزاكم الله خير. طيب إن شاء الله في هذه الفرصة المباركة سنتكلم موضوعا هاما ما يتعلق بإعادة تركيب التربية للمستقبل بعد كوفيد-19 أو بعد هذا الوباء. وإن شاء الله هذا الموضوع سيشرحه المتكلمون الخبار الممتازون من عدة بلد في هذا العالم. وقبل أن نفضل الفرصة إلى فضيلة المتكلمين، فأرجو منكم جميعا أيها المشاركون الكرام والكريمات أن تستمعوا إليهم حتى تستطيعوا أن تستفيدوا من كلامهم إن شاء الله. انتفاعا من الوقت سنفوض الفرصة إلى المتكلم الأول وهو الأستاذ الدكتور علي عبد السميع قورة. ما شاء الله تبارك الله فيه يا أستاذ. وهو أستاذ ومحاضر المنهج الدراسي والتعليم، وأيضا هو مدير التأليف والترجمة ومركز الطبع بجامعة المنصورة بمصر. طيب، وإلى فضيلة الأستاذ فليتفضل مشكورا.
Excuse me. Before we give the chance to Professor Dr. Ali Al-Qoura, I'm so sorry. I have to remind you all, the presenter today, that you only have 20 minutes for delivering the speech, and then we will have 5 minutes for questioning and answering from the participant. So please, Professor Dr. Ali Qoura, time's yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد، فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my thanks, my gratitude, and my congratulations to my brothers and sisters of the academic staff in Indonesia, and especially to all universities who are organizing these international conferences, especially this virtual international conference. I have really participated in 2 previous conferences. In the first one, I talked about the teacher competencies in the age of communication, information, and technology. And in the second conference, I talked about formative digital assessment. And in this conference, inshallah, I'm going to focus in an eye-opening perspective before we get carried away in the tide of online teaching, online learning, virtual learning, Second Life, and that kind of education. Today, I'm focusing on an alternative pedagogy that focuses on the human being himself or herself. A pedagogy that necessitates low technology. I think this is on the opposite extreme of this conference. Low technology, low in textbooks and materials, and great focus on conversation. This is dogma, or what we call teaching unplugged. When you are asked to teach without the technology and computers and online virtual learning, this kind of stuff. So what's dogma? It's a movement and pedagogy alternative. It is alternative to textbooks. This alternative is low technology focus. This alternative is focused on communication as central learning in the social constructive world. Dogma also is a movement was set up by a group of English language teachers who challenge what they consider to be an over-reliance on materials and technology. They are bringing out a new alternative. They are saying to everybody, please don't get carried away with the online teaching and forgetting the human factor in the teaching learning process.
Excuse me,
That's
Prof.
why.
Excuse me,
Sure.
Prof. Could
Yes.
you show us your because we cannot see your slide, Prof.
You
just
mean the camera?
No, your slide, Prof. Because it's
The
not
slides?
show, but yeah, we just show your desktop, but we cannot see your prezi.
But can I stop it and then reshare it or what? It is
Yeah.
showing in front of me. Can I?
Reshare, Prof. Stop and reshare again, Prof.
Okay, stop.
Yes, and then reshare, Prof. Okay. Good. Okay.
Okay, I'll share it.
Oh yeah.
Just a minute.
Thank you, Prof.
You start seeing it?
Not yet, Prof. But to anticipate, hello committee, could you?
It's showing right there. I also sent you a copy if you can share it from there and
Excuse me, Prof. Could you stop the screen and then the committee will handle it to show your screen, Prof. Your presentation, because the committee have downloaded
Okay,
yours.
I stopped it again, and the same thing. Would you like me to just go ahead and present, or do what?
just present, Prof, and then
Showing in
the
front
committee
of
will show. Yes, and then the committee
Excuse me.
will.
Sure.
Excuse me, Professor.
Sure.
The committee will show your presentation.
Okay. So
Yes.
should I stop sharing
Yes.
from here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Pak Sekretaris Panitia, sudah bisa mungkin di show?
Okay. Professor, probably you may continue your presentation while waiting for the committee showing your presentation on the screen. Please, Professor.
Okay, so I'm going to share it from here so I can see it myself. Okay. I don't know what happened because anyway, I will go from where I stopped, and I will just summarize what I have said. I am talking about an alternative pedagogy to technology and textbooks. And this pedagogy is called Dogma 95, or teaching unplugged without connection to a computer. And this pedagogy has some characteristics and some principles. The syllabus, no need for set syllabus, because language learning opportunities emerge according to students' interests and desires. And the class is not the traditional class. It's a meeting place where knowledge is sought and not transferred. Dogma philosophy, education is a communication, and it is taught through conversation. Here I'm referring to the teaching English as a foreign language context. A good teacher here cannot be fixed in a routine during teaching. Each minute requires a set or a mindset that's constantly changing and constantly adapting. Success depends less on materials. Success depends less on materials and textbooks and techniques and linguistic analyses, but it's more dependent on what goes on inside the classroom between the pupils or the students and the teacher. It says put the technology down, because the technology, as we have been propagating, is really diminishing the communication in the English language classrooms, because the human factor is being put aside. Dogma, to most truly teach, this is a philosophy, to most truly teach, one must converse. To truly converse is real teaching. In the dogma principles, the major amongst these principles are interactivity, engaging learners, co-constructing knowledge, communication, and the language emerges via conversation. When I say emerges, this doesn't mean that we read from a book or we depend on a PowerPoint presentation or on a Prezi or things like that. No, you're teaching, and the language itself, the material for teaching and learning, emerges from the students rather than from a textbook. Key dogma principles is that content to engage, because engagement enables learning, and learner's voice, which is beliefs, knowledge, experience, are valid content. And relevance is a key word. Key dogma principles also focuses on learning as being mediated through talk, especially talk that is shaped and supported or scaffolded by the teacher. Texts, when used, this means that texts are not a part and parcel of the learning teaching process. It could be relied on lightly. Texts are not the main source. Freeing the classroom from third party, this is the point. Dogma 25 says or breaches that technology and textbooks are third party in the classroom, but the first and second parties are the teacher and the students and the emergent language that emerges from them. Three precepts, and these are the core of this presentation, about teaching English as a foreign language or as a second language, is that it is conversation driven, it is materials light, we don't depend much on material, and it is focused on emergent language, language produced, input by the students. In conversation driven, this means that it favors conversation, not just as an end in itself, but as a means of language teaching and learning. Traditional teaching in language teaching focuses on analysis and production of sentence-level language features, like verb tenses and things like that. But in the dogma approach, analysis and production of larger stretches of language, discourse, that's to say, connected talk. By making the classroom discourse community in its own right, each individual's identity is validated, where learners have the right for expressing themselves, their thoughts, their desire. Dogma really is very much close to task-based approach. The teaching learning cycle focuses on or starts with fluency activity. And the learner's production forms the substance for learning and teaching. Focus on emergent language, and this is the second big issue. It is uncovering what the students can input in the classroom rather than covering the syllabus. It's communication versus code. It's process versus product. It's emergence versus acquisition. Language always happens as texts and should be expressed as texts, not at the word level, but at the text level. The importance of interaction is not simply, not simple words creates learning opportunities. Materials light, what do we mean by minimizing the text or relying on texts? Because materials light here has some principles we have to put in mind. We are teaching through a whole language approach. Learning goes from whole to part. Lessons are learner-centered because learning is an active, constructive process. Lessons should have meaning and purpose for learners. Learning takes place in social interaction, and reading, writing, speaking, and listening all are developed together. Whole language approach. We are low in technology because now we are talking about virtual learning. Suppose that you have a power cut and suppose that you have an internet disconnection. What do? You have to go back to basics and teach, you and the students. The teaching learning process will happen without technology. So low tech teaching in high technology age. Few tools in Second Life and little content. Focuses only on students' experience and students' need to walk and talk. And so does the teacher. There are some activities suitable for this type of teaching, like gaming or gamification, collaborative tasks, conversation practice, purposeful interviews, descriptions, sometimes virtual tours in Second Life, simulations, and so on. And before I conclude, I'd like to say that there are some advantages to this teaching unplugged approach, which is it needs a little preparation in the class. because you are depending on your experiences, what's in your mind and what's on your students' minds, their prior knowledge. Student-oriented, focus on real communication, can be made to work regardless of age of learners and size of class, no drilling, no formats, no fixed control. With this, I conclude and I refer you to some references on the topic, and thank you very much for your good listening, and sorry for this technology mishaps. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for Professor for the explanation. After hearing your explanation just now, I can make I can see the conclusion that you are from the curriculum development, so specifically on how to develop the language teaching curriculum. So I got a question from the participant professor, if you don't mind to answer it. It's about
Sure.
the advantages that you already explained about it. The last one, no fixed control. What do you mean of that? Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, no fixed, not fixed control, where I said no fixed content, because when we talk about emergent language, this means that you are in class with your teacher, with your students, and you start getting the students to express themselves about a specific issue. And every one of them starts to give his input or her input. Some will say it orally, some will write it on the board, and some will give a little or a small conversation about it. So when I come into the class, I don't have what we call the preparation note. Why? Because all my preparation is my previous experience and my prior knowledge, and the same to the students. That's it.
Okay, well, Professor, thank you. I hope the participant who are asking the question already understand about the explanation from the Professor Ali just now. So thank you very much for the presentation from Professor Ali.
Thank you.
So we will move to the second presenter.
طيب شكرا يا أستاذنا الكريم على هذا البيان العميق والممتاز وجزاكم الله خيرا. طيب سنستمر إلى المتكلم الثاني يعني شيخنا الكريم السيد الدكتور محمد جلال محمد الحلية، وهو معلم اللغة الإنجليزية العامة والمدرب الخبير لوزارة التعليم والتعليم العالي لدولة قطر. وقبل أن نفوض الفرصة إلى فضيلتهم أخبركم جميعا أيها المتكلمون الكرام يعني أن وقتنا المستخدم لإلقاء المقالة حوالي 20 دقيقة لكل المتكلم، ثم بعده نستمر إلى تقديم الأسئلة والإجابة عنها، ونستعمل الوقت حوالي 5 دقيقة. طيب، وإلى فضيلة الدكتور محمد جلال محمد الحلية فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Do you hear me well?
Yes, that's very nice. Clear.
Yeah, that's good. Hello everyone and good morning from Doha, Qatar. First of all, I'd like to thank Prof. Ali for his wonderful and informative presentation. Really, it was very interesting for all of us. Thanks a lot for the State Islamic Institute of Prepara in Indonesia for organizing such a great global event. And of course, to all the keynote speakers, especially Dr. Andy, Dr. Mutmainna, for their kind invitation. because sharing knowledge is the most important act of friendship, and because it's the way you can give something without losing something. We are here today from different countries around the world to share and collaborate together during this hard time. Thanks a lot for having me today, and thanks a lot for to be one of the keynote speakers today. My name is Mohammed Galal. Actually, I am from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language. M.I expert, master trainer from Microsoft, global teacher award winner, and teacher of the year in Qatar. And recently, I have been selected by Microsoft to attend Microsoft Education Exchange in Australia this year, inshallah. Today, I'm going to talk about one of the most important tools of technology that can be used in teaching learning process. And as I believe that using a technology is not a goal itself, let me say it's just like a tool that can help us to achieve our goals and objectives in the classroom. So today I'm going to talk about using AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality in teaching learning process. My presentation today has 4 main points. In the first place, I'm going to talk about the difference between AR, VR, and MR. In addition, we have the pros of using AR and VR in education. Furthermore, I'm going to explain some examples of using AR and VR in teaching learning process. Last but not least, process of using AR in education and how I have used this kind of technology in teaching English language here in Qatar. Well, in this slide, I want to ask you about how do you see the two students in this cases? Well, I know that you see now a big difference between the two students. The first one on the left, he is feeling bored and doesn't have any motivation to learn or even to open to look at his book. But the other one is exploring, let me say, like the solar system. He's trying to discover more and more. He is fully engaged in this with the content he is dealing with. That's why in teaching learning process, we can say that motivation is considered to be one of the most essential parts of this process. So we have to think of new modern teaching strategies and methods that could help us not only making our students engaged and more involved in the lesson, but also enjoying while they are learning and studying, we can say in the classroom or even outside the classroom at home. According to a research by the National Center for STEM Elementary Education, this one shows that a negative interest in science begins in elementary schools, where about 33% of girls and boys in the 4th grade express negative attitudes. And moving on by 8th grade, almost 50% express negative attitude. So the point here is how we can build 21st century skills if we are not using 21st century instruction techniques. This is very important. We have to think about it. So now let me introduce the future of education that have started recently in many countries around the world. And this is using AR and VR in education and learning teaching process. Indeed, technology has made a big change in our life and, of course, in education and different fields. Well, To begin with, I'd like to explain the difference between AR, VR, and MR. The first one, AR, stands for augmented reality. It's an interactive experience of a real-world environment. The fundamental idea behind this one, behind AR, is to add something to your experience of reality. So if you are watching a movie or playing a game, AR adds to that in some way or form to turn it immersive and more interactive. VR stands for virtual reality, means creating a simulation of a real-world experience that a person can enter and live at any time using this kind of technology. And the last one is MR, which stands for mixed reality. This term in which the user is given the ability to explore the virtual environment and the real world seamlessly at the same time. Well, moving to the pros of using AR and VR in education, we can find more and more, but I'm gonna talk about or to conclude some of them. It's very important for learning process as creates a fun and excitement for all of our students. It can help more. It can help more in increasing students' participation in classes, and also it can help to improve and increase their understanding and their memorization. AR in education provides interactive lessons to students because of the interactive models of and the lessons in you can find different and even you can create your own content using AR and VR. Of course, this one will be very effective if you want to visualize your content and helps more to increase learning activity inside the classroom. Here we have two of the best platforms in this field of AR and VR. The first one is called Merge Edu or Education. This one is American platform which is specialized in AR and VR, and the other one is called CoSpaces Edu, which is a German one. The first one lets you hold, like, let me say, a virtual 3D objects and also help you to learn and interact with the digital world. Through using this technology, students can explore, let me say, for example, like a galaxy in the palm of their hands, hold the fossils and ancient artifacts and examine them. And even they can create virtual objects they can hold and share everywhere. About the CoSpace Edu, it's in German, as I have just mentioned before. With this one, you can enable your students to build and code their own content. Let me say, engage and help your students to enhance their digital literacy skills. If you are interested, you can download their apps from App Store or Google Play and start making use of this modern technology with your students inside the classroom or even through remote learning. Well, how does it work? We can say that Merge Education makes it easy to implement augmented reality and virtual reality in your content. Unlike other AR and VR products and apps, this one is designed for students and classrooms, especially for schools. 21st century classrooms require state-of-the-art teaching tools, and of course, integrating AR and VR into your school will help your students use the technology that will be part of their daily life, giving them an advantage as they prepare for their future career. AR and VR provides additional resources to help students meet performance expectations and achieve better learning outcomes. Can be used by students through the school year. We can say also that encouraging the use of hands-on learning tools can improve intelligence, that can improve performance in general. Not only that you can find this technology also helps more special needs learners. How does it work? When a student is engaged in what they are exploring, what they are discovering, they are more likely to connect with others and share what they are seeing, feeling, and thinking. So it will help us more. On this website, you can find a teacher board. This one gives teachers the ability to easily navigate their classrooms content, explore and share activities, and also track your students' progress. Here we can find also activity plans that help teachers guide them to teach different or we can say all subjects. You can find the plans related to your subject. AR and VR by Merge and Co-Space Edu enable 21st century learning skills as they bring lesson plans to life. They also help more in developing 21st century skills like critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and research. By using this technology, you can easily visualize any content in your lesson. You can visualize it and make it in your hands to be more easily to discover and learn, and make learning process for your students more enjoyable. And from this point, I am going to talk, or I'm going to show you how I have used this technology in my classes here in Qatar, and how I make use of using this technology in teaching English here in Qatar. Here we have samples of reading lessons in grade 11 here in Qatar. The first one is about different people talking about their jobs. The second is about a world of unusual actions. And last one is about famous place here in Qatar is called Souk Waqf. How do you think I can teach this solid text? Open your book, read the text, then answer. I think it will be very boring for me and for my students. What I believe that we are, as a teachers, we shouldn't give our students information directly. So I try to visualize this content to be like that, and give them the opportunity, the chance to explore, discover, play, and at the same time, they learn information about the content through, let me say, gamification or making use of AR and VR education. I bought these tools from Amazon, and by the way, they are not expensive. Here we have the steps I followed during teaching through augmented reality and virtual reality. Firstly, after designing my lessons, and by the way, I designed all these lessons on the German platform called Space Edu. I presented the strategy to my students with clear instructions to help them achieve the goal, and also to recognize what they are going to deal with. Then give them. After that, I give them the time to work on tasks here to let your students explore, discover, play, and learn about the content. Moving on, here one of the most important steps, or let me say procedures. As you are very important as a teacher in teaching learning process, don't be afraid, technology will not replace us anymore. But teachers who use technology will replace those who don't. Here you have another task, which is to follow your students' work and make sure that all of your students will not have any problems in dealing with this kind of technology. Here we can say that you guide, you help, you support, not sharing information directly as in the past. And as I have mentioned before, at the beginning of my presentation, using the technology is not a goal. We are using technology. We are not using technology for show, or to say that we are using the latest technology. I believe that it's just like a tool that can help us to achieve our goals, and can help in making the teaching learning process more enjoyable for me as a teacher and my students. And here we have the final stage, which is the process of assessment. As a teacher, I have to make sure that this kind of technology is effective and helps me in achieving my objectives, and also helps my students in understanding the content of the text or my subject. After using AR and VR in teaching English, I can say it's very effective, and and most of my students got high scores in all worksheets after learning through this kind of technology. They were engaged, they played, enjoyed, explored, discovered, and learned more about the content. There was an interactivity between my students and all materials I designed. It helps more my students in developing 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and research. To end my speech, or to sum up, I highly recommend using new modern strategies and methods in teaching new generations. I also believe that we should pay attention to students' motivation in learning. We as a teachers should do our best in designing materials and the content that develop and enhance students' 21st century skills. To end my speech, by these words which said by this gentleman, Henry Ford, when he said that anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. And of course, if you find yourself saying, but I can't, just try adding the word yet. Thank you very much for having me today. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to share my experience with you. Really, I am very proud to be here among keynote speakers. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad.
Thank you, Prof. Ali. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Dr. Andy, I have just finished right now.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. So
Yes.
a lot of question coming from the participant. One is from Indonesia, Ibu Hadiati. The question is how to overcome the limitation of the virtual learning. You or just now they explained it more about the advantages of the virtual learning. This is the first question from Ibu Hadiati, and the question from, actually this question goes to Professor Ali. The question is from Muhammad Yaumi from Alauddin State University, Makassar, Indonesia. But I think that this question also very related to our material that today.
So should Dr. Muhammad start or should I start?
The question from Muhammad Yaumi is, how do you integrate the value, Islamic value especially, the Islamic value with the the virtual learning in your country? How do you mix that? I mean that teaching or learning by virtual learning, but we need to including the moral, the value from especially for Islamic value. If we are from, because you are from the Islamic country, so how do you implement the value on the virtual learning? And then one question also from Pasca Sarjana, how do you guarantee that virtual learning will be success after a pandemic? Thank you. Back to the presenter, please, Mr. Muhammad Galal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Actually, values, Islamic values, are very important in our life, and of course, we should implement all of them in our content. And here in Qatar, we consider that Islamic values one of the most important parts in our lesson. Okay, so we can implement these values in through ER and VR. Through highlighting for something like collaboration, team spirit, and also respecting others while you are working together, collaborating together at the same project. So there are different ways we can implement values in through using virtual reality. But it's very important, as I have just mentioned, to it's not to neglect, not to ignore all these values. They are considered, let me say, important in, especially for new generations. Hello?
Okay.
Hello, I was talking.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Muhammad Galal, for the answering all the question from the participant. Okay, we can continue that from the chat box after this because we have a limit time. So next, we will invite Mrs. Asthma R. Mustafa from Palestine, from the Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Palestine. Time's yours. Hello, Ibu Asma.
Yeah. Good morning
Can
from
you hear me, Ibu
Palestine.
Asma?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay.
Yes.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you hear me? Good. Good. I'd like to thank Indonesian universities and institutes for hosting Palestine and electing me as a keynote speaker on behalf of my country. And I'd like to introduce myself first. I'm Asma Mustafa. Yes, yeah, on behalf of my country. And introduce myself first. I'm a National Geographic and Apple teacher, a National Geographic educator, Apple teacher, Google certified educator, Microsoft. Yes. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it is.
Can I continue? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm a trainer in the Ministry of Education for digital empowerment in education, especially when we're talking about after COVID-19. I'd like to share my screen. Yes. Is it clear?
Yes, it's good, clear.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to discuss, inshallah, the challenges of remote learning and how to overcome those challenges as possible as we can as educators. Responding to COVID-19, remote learning has been developing rapidly so that educators could be able to continue teaching and staying close to their students in COVID-19 time. However, remote learning faces so many challenges and difficulties as it is still in the beginning, and beginnings usually face difficulties. Most of those challenges actually have been easily solved by the skillful professional educators who work hard to keep updated with the phenomenal technological development that we are living nowadays. The first problem faces educators is a lack of formal character of remote learning in some countries. All of the countries all over the world has considered remote learning as an official part of their processes. This made a big challenge for teachers to continue connecting with their students, and this led to a non-united work in some countries, and most of remote learning processes are still individual efforts done by the teachers and non-organized work by the country. The solution is the leaders of education all over the world should make a strategic and general plan by the Ministry of Education, of course, and activate the remote learning beside the physical education after COVID-19. We're not talking about remote learning stands as alone, as an official kind of learning. Still, we are in the phase of mixing between physical education as well as remote learning together. And the second problem is the negative attitude of some teachers, unfortunately, towards technology in education in general, including remote learning. When we're talking about technology and education, this is a very, very big topic. But remote learning is a branch of electronic learning or technology and education. The solution is we should make workshops and the training for those educators, not only to teach them how to or to inspire them how to be a digital teacher, but also to display some models and some successful stories for other educators so that they could be inspired by those educators, and to tell them more about the advantages of remote learning, about how could remote learning be flexible, and it saves time, effort, and even your money as educator for both educators and students. Actually, educators can help each other. This is one of the best solutions. I have had an experience with my colleagues here in helping each other in leading each other from inside Palestine or outside Palestine. And we have hosted many experts from Microsoft, Google, new educational platforms that are being developed rapidly recently as a result of spreading COVID-19. Cooperating and collaborating among teachers is a very, very significant kind of solution, and it can help in spreading the culture of remote learning later on if we are forced to use it in other situation. We may really depend on remote learning to continue the processes of education without stopping and continue teaching our kids. One of the challenges that face the remote learning is some technical problems may face this. Remote learning has happened right now with me. The poor connection of the internet, unclear voice, unclear pictures, misusing some educational applications, programs, platforms by educators. This needs to think deeply in the solutions. For the poor connection of the internet, when a teacher, for example, is inside a virtual classroom or a virtual live workshop, he or she might depend on cooperating with other educators so that we could cooperate together. If there is a problem with one educator, the other is going to continue without stopping with the students. The cooperative work among educators in a virtual classroom. This is one of the best solutions. Following the updates of the applications and platforms one by one. Actually, during COVID-19, the educational platforms are being developed very, very rapidly and fast and significantly. So educators should being updated with these applications. For example, Zoom, take example, Zoom. Zoom has been, developed, so many, too much during COVID-19, as well as Google Classrooms. As we in Palestine depend on Google Classrooms, the Hangout Meets has been developed during COVID-19. So teachers should be updated one by one with those development so that it could help them in continuing and make a significant learning during cutting up or school's closure. Control the setting and the timing of posting educational assignments at specific times and specific times. This is a very significant point actually when for example, the poor connection of the internet, or I can't do right now as educator, I'm so busy, or the day is, I need to do 2 or 3 tasks for my students. I may start and done with them during the night, but I can schedule the time of posting this inside the Google Classroom so that my students, while I am off from the internet, I am away, I'm not even at home, I'm not using my cell phone or my laptop, my students, see a new mission has been posted in this classroom while I am off. So this is one of the significant advantages and the best solutions for those problems that educators may face. Assigning some distinguished students to follow up with their colleagues when needed, what is called cooperative or learning by colleagues, learning by partners. The same here in the virtual classrooms. So many students, so many brilliant and distinguished students in technology can follow up with their colleagues, and this may, take, help those educators from the pressure that they face. This is one of the challenges we face as educators. And some students' reluctance to remote learning, unfortunately, as a result of the community's culture, the point of view that our communities till now face difficulties in understanding and appreciating remote learning, which does not match with the remote learning culture. In some countries, only 5% of the students joined the virtual classrooms that have been found out by educators. Some other reached the top 49%, according to the General Global Statistics for May 2020. Those students only need to be joining you, patient, kind educators. Because of technology is complicated for those as a first time maybe to join what is called virtual classrooms and in using technology. So we have to be patient. We have to accept the mistakes, or even some of my students used to try using some features of a program of what is it. It's okay, I can accept those mistakes, but it's a matter of spreading the culture of remote learning among our students and learners. Our students also need a strong reinforcement because we are talking about remote learning. The teacher is not physically inside those classrooms, so we need to double our strong reinforcement for our students so that they could be attracted to join more classrooms and learn more, although the schools are closed. The attractive techniques, and this is a very, very important point for educators to vary, and not only to depend on a specific technique or a specific only one strategy. This does not work in remote learning, because you as educator need to vary even in one workshop with your students, not only in different workshops, in different teaching hours. In one session, you need to be attractive as possible as you can, so that you could not lose your students' attention and a strong beliefs in them, in your students. You have to believe in their abilities and their learning progress. You have to believe in them as yes, they are going to be the leaders of the future. Some educators, unfortunately, have the negative belief towards those students that I may work hard in remote learning, but they will never ever learn. And this is wrong. If you want to succeed with your students, if you want to find real results and real progress in their achievement level, in their abilities. For example, I'm a teacher of English. I need them to write, to speak, to listen, and to read. If I don't depend on handwriting, I may develop their typing skills. And this is a very, very important point. Thank you for listening. This is Mrs. Asma Mustafa from the Ministry of Education, and this picture has been taken from different workshops I have had with my colleagues from Palestine and outside Palestine. We exchanged knowledge and information. We hosted each other's. We made conferences. We invited some educators from other countries, from Mexico, Egypt, Qatar, Bahrain, London, America, Japan, so many countries. We exchanged knowledge and information, and it really worked. So many teachers nowadays are really working with students. The day after tomorrow in Palestine, physical education is going to start. 50% is going to depend on remote learning, and 50% is going to depend on physical learning. So we are going to mix between remote and physical learning. We are completely prepared by the Ministry of Education in order to prepared by getting an official training in virtual classrooms, and so that we could help our students in the future. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Asma from Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Palestine. Before I come to the question from the participant, I want to say hi to the all participants on YouTube channel. It is more than 100 people join us on YouTube channel. We have 47 countries participant join in this international conference. It is good issue delivering by Ibu Asma, Mrs. Asma Mustafa from Palestine, that challenging of the remote learning. The one solution that how to challenge the challenging of the remote learning is on the strategic of general plan by the Ministry of Education. And another one is the educators need to help each other to do cooperating and collaborating. And also all the teachers need to update the application of the virtual learning. Come to the question from Bapak Muhammad Mahfudin from Central Sulawesi, Indonesia. How to teach our students from the remote area and educate good character? I think that it's the same question from the participants before, putting the value on our teaching and learning. Please, Ibu Asma. Mrs. Asma.
Question. Could you post it? Could you write the message here? Could you type your question? Could anyone type the question? I couldn't hear the question.
بيسألوا يا أسماء عن يعني إزاي نحترم العادات والتقاليد.
Anyone type? I couldn't hear the question.
Asthma, do you catch the question from participant?
Yes.
This is one question from Bapak Muhammad
No.
Mahfud from Central Sulawesi,
you-
Indonesia. The question is how to teach
Muhammad,
our learner from the remote area
Yes.
to educate good character. I think that is very relating to the question from before, how to put the value, a spiritual value on our education.
Mr. Muhammad Jal, I couldn't hear the question. Could you type?
He is asking about how we can develop their characters, okay, through teaching using remote learning in different areas اللي هي يعني في مناطق مختلفة ازاي نطور شخصيتهم في من خلال التعليم عن بعد.
Yes, remote learning has the character of enjoyable learning by itself. And this generation that we are teaching nowadays, the generation of technology, no doubt of this. So, learning by itself. And this generation nowadays, digital tools, you are
الصوت مش واضح يا اسماء. ممكن تعيدي ثاني.
Trouble in connection, unstable.
Yeah, I think she has a problem in connection.
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you now. Could you give me the mic, please? Hello.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. When we talk about remote learning using technology and depending on the technology and sending the messages to our students, we are using the language of the time. We are using the technology. I mean, the language of that time, the generation we are teaching, and with a generation of technology, the smartphones and laptops. So characteristic of enjoyable learning by itself. Develop applications and thinking behind educators, hosting other colleagues at schools, other countries, is a very strong point that empowers the character and those learners to build a new strong character which may be in the future. It helps. Technology will help in building the characters, but it is not only, and it cannot stand alone. It's not the only way to build the characters, but it's one of the tools that parents and teachers use to develop the students and sons and daughters characters. Okay.
Okay, Ibu. Okay, Mrs. Asma, thank you for the explanation. Lots of the chat from the participants said it. Thank you very much for the informative information. So next we move to the next presenter, Mr. Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, the founder of ITAR Group. Please, time's yours, sir.
The characters, but it's not only, and it cannot sending the messages.
Hello, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. Can you hear me?
Hear me?
Hello. We can share your. Assalamualaikum Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. Can you say something?
Khatan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's clear. Very nice, sir. Very nice.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for organizing this such wonderful conference, and I want also thank Dr. Muthammina for inviting me in this conference. Let me share. So I am Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. I just finished my PhD from University of Portsmouth in United Kingdom. I finished my PhD in 24th of April 2020. So during the COVID-19 period. So my presentation today, how you can use COVID-19 period in a good thing. Yes, it's something negative, but how you can change the negative to a positive. So first, I want to start what I did in COVID-19 period. So I published three research paper. Also, I had maybe 3 under review research paper. I finished a book, which is, I am an editor in international book, Corporate Governance, its Determinant and Consequences, which is will publish soon. It's not 2019, it's 2020, it's by mistake. So it will publish soon. Also, I get the chance to be an editor in several journals, such as Journal Corporate Governance and Sustainability Review, ESG, AFAC, and GBS. Also, I attend 3 conferences, and this is my 4th one. I am a member in many associations like AAA, EEA, BAFA, KW, AAA, BAM, and ALCS. Also, I reviewed, I don't know, weekly, maybe 3 or 4 paper in many international rank journals. I got 2 funds in this period from organizations based on my research. And also I attend many workshops. So I want to talk today how what I did in this COVID-19 period. Starting when I finished my PhD and came back to Kuwait, I start ITAR group that I bring or invite doctors and professors from international universities to present in my channel via Zoom, teach about research or in education or research papers. So starting from nothing and until now, the ITAR group become global. So also about the research. So how the early stage of student or the PhD student, master, and early career doctors can find the gaps to write his or her research paper in no time, or let's say in 2 or 3 months. I will present, but briefly, because of the time, how to identify the topic and how in literature can identify a research gap, and what should introduction section include. So, first of all, identifying the topic. First of all, you need to love your topic or leave it. So if you didn't like your topic, you can't read and write and spend these time in reading something you didn't like. You need to spend it in something you love it and like it, so you can continue writing and reading. Also, you can find a good to find a good topic, and identifying this topic via many ways, such as from your master dissertation, let's say, workshop, conference like this conference, for example. I like many presentation like today, for example, from Dr. Mohammed Galal regarding the VR and AR. I really like it, and how can I connect it with the accounting? It's a good topic, I think, and really I need to think about it. Also, via typical subject that coming today, like COVID-19 or financial crisis, environment, or Brexit. All of these is an action in the real life, and how it's related to the research. Also from supervisor research interest, as well the expert, based on expert like your supervisor, or also in TV or newspaper or any journals. Also, according to keywords that you can find, use it in many database, or like Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Academia, and SRN. So what is literature review? Basically, literature review is a summary of previous studies that explain what is the finding that they had. Also, it's a summary of source. So what is the previous researcher found before you start your research. So how we can find this material? Yes, as I said, it's a explanation of the previous research and what they found, but how we can find these material based in a database that university give it to us, like library. Also from Google Scholar, or any database like Academia, SRN, or any database that will be useful to the researcher. I always recommend use more than one database. Like, don't relate just in Google Scholar. Go and search in Google, and maybe just Google or Academia or SSRN to see also the working paper, not just the publishing paper, to know the ideas and what is going in this period, or in last research. Also, I advise to download all relevant articles to know what is the similarity and the difference between you and this article, to avoid the duplication, and to know the originality, or the contribution of the paper. So why the literature review? It's important. As I said, it's help to identify the gap. It's help to avoid duplication, and also to know the new area which is you can from comparing the research and know the contribution, which is the gap, and find the contribution of your paper. Also highlight the key finding and may provide clue for future research. Also, theoretical framework. Some in dissertation, some students like to combine theoretical with the literature, and some of them divide it by two sections. So what is the theoretical framework contain? It's contain a definition, first of all, what does this theory mean? And then after that, how you link this theory with the with your research question, or research question. So what is the mandatory and the option information that you can write it in the literature review? So all of us know we must write the author and the year, which is the author and the publishing year, and what they found. This is the mandatory information. The optional, which is mostly for the student to write more about this paper, the country where they found this result, the sample, number of years, theories, what theories that they used, which data analysis that they use, the conclusion, limitation, the sample size, and geographic location. All of these information we can write it in the literature. This is one of my papers that it's published in 2019. So the question, how we can read several papers in no time. So I have many friends, and I ask them how many paper that you wrote in, you read in one day. So many of them said, I read 3 papers in 5 or 6 days. That like long time. So my technique to use to read just the abstract, which is it should have the important information that you need to write your literature. So let's go ahead and just read my abstract as an example. So what is the aim of my paper is to examine whether or not the structure of the board director, and in particular board size, independent, and remuneration have an impact on fair performance. So this is the aim of my paper. After that, what we can found in abstract, also the sample. So where in UK, what I use, or which exchange is FTSE 100, which is the best 100 firm in UK. So which company, non-financial company, what is the period from 2012 to 2015? Which kind of analysis? It's a regression analysis. What is the what I found? I found a significant positive correlation between board remuneration and firm performance, and so on. So as you see, there's an important information that you can found it in the abstract, so no need to read all the paper and waste your time. I know there is an important paper that you need to read it all. As I said previously, there is if the paper
it has the same idea, or let's say same topic, you need to download it to see the difference between your research and his or her research, and what is the difference between them, which is your gap or the contribution. Here I give an example, just a small example. This is an 8 research paper, and I put the information that I just told you. The author, the publishing year, countries, the geographic, if it's developed or developing country, what is their sample, the period, theories, and the effect. So from here, what we can see now, what I am doing, I am comparing between the research that have the same as my topic. So I need to compare between them to see where is the gap to have my contribution. Here, if you see the publishing year, no one published in 2019. The latest one is 2018. So there is 2 years, no one published in the same topic. If you see the country, most of them in UK and US, so which is a developed country, and just one in China, which is developing country. So here we can see no one, for example, published an article in Kuwait. So this is a contribution, or in GCC, or in Malaysia. So this is it should be a contribution. Also, it's no one published in 2020, which is have an action which is, let's say, a COVID-19. So it will be the newest research after COVID-19. Also here in the sample, if we compare all of them, the largest sample, which is 550. So if your sample or your observation 800 or 1000, so it will be bigger than my sample, which is, it will be a contribution as well. Also in the period, the longest period is 7 years. So if your period is 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, this is also, it will be a contribution as a larger period. When I compare the theories, all of them, they use agency theory, for example. You can use agency theory and use any other theories that linked with your research question, so and the hypothesis. So it will be also a contribution. The effects, the affection, all, you know, mostly it will be mixed, positive and negative, or there is no relationship. But all of this is in developed country. No one know what is in Kuwait or in Malaysia if we doing this research, because just one in developing country, which is China. So this research is limited. I just said as an example, any example topic. So if I am searching and starting the corporate governance, which is the topic that I like or I love it, from comparing those research topics, now I can narrow it down to let's say board diversity and fair performance. Yeah, so before I start corporate governance and fair performance, but after comparing, I narrow it down to board diversity and fair performance. The next section or topic, it's about the introduction. So many researchers said they didn't write a good introduction because they said it's a normal section. However, it's a very important and significant part in the dissertation, thesis, and research paper. So you need to write a good introduction to avoid the rejection in the journal, because it's the first thing. It's the first thing that the editor or reviewer will read it. Also, it's the first thing that the reader will read it. However, it's the last thing that the writer need to write it, because after writing the whole research, here you can know the story of your research. And the last advice, you need to find an action. So what is the action? What's happened in this period? What's happened in this 5 years? Let's say any political or crisis in this period. For example, let's say COVID-19. So what's happened before and after? This is give the research more, make it more important, and let anyone want to read it, or feel like it's an important research. I can't continue it all because of limit of time, but I choose this part to talk about it. And thank you all. My name is Dr. Ahmad Al-Kattan, and as I said, I have a group, which is ETAR group, that I bring or invite doctors weekly to teach internationally any participant or the audience in research or any in education. So I invite you all if you want to contact me. Thank you so much all, and thank you for the organization in this wonderful conference.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Great.
Very interesting and immersive.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. That is really great. So, Dr. Ahmad discussing more about how to make something positive on pandemic, COVID-19. It is constructing the writing paper and then publish on journal. The most important that he delivers is how to construct the introduction, because many reviewers refuse our journal, our paper, that because it's not really, we didn't construct the good introduction on our paper. It's really interesting, Dr. Ahmad. I do hope, if you don't mind, that I may contact you later on to do a collaboration on journal with our journal here. We have an economic journal and also a gender journal. So if you don't mind, I will contact you later on. Actually, there is no more question from the participant to Dr. Ahmad Al-Kattan. Only the requesting from the participant, the committee of the webinar may send it all the presenters slide, and then the committee will send it to all the participants' email after the event, and also the certificate. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Al-Kattan. I will contact you later on, discussing about the collaboration, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Move to the next speaker, Mr. Yassin Alhennawy, Certified Delta, Celta, and TESOL from Tamer International School, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Time's yours, sir. 25 minutes, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon for Indonesian time. How are you?
Good. Alhamdulillah.
Today, our session will be about teaching reading in EFL classrooms. Number one here, we have to understand the difference between the word systems and the word skills in English. Systems, we have like grammar, vocabulary, written discourse, and the spoken discourse. So all of these are the systems that we have in English. But the skills are, they have to be reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So we have also 4 skills: writing, reading, and we have listening and speaking. For the reading and listening, we call them receptive skills, because it's like we will not produce them, we listen to them. We are receivers for reading and listening. But for productive skills, we have writing and we have speaking. And these are the productive skills. But also, before we start the procedures that we have to teach reading in the classrooms, even in face-to-face or online, we have to understand the difference. Any problem for the voice or something? Any problem?
No, but
No.
can you please share your screen?
Sorry?
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the screen. I share the screen, by the way. So for the last 2 minutes, you didn't see my screen or what?
Excuse me, sir. We cannot see your screen. Could you please to show your screen?
Yes, I clicked. I'm sharing my screen. I'm sharing my screen now. It's like I have a notification that the host is disabled sharing my screen.
Oh, host.
You can reshare it. The same problem happened to me. You can reshare it.
So I have here a notification that the host disabled screen sharing.
Mungkin panitianya bisa di allow Pak anunya, di allow Pak Mr. Yassin.
Try now, Dr. Yassin, try now, please.
Okay, try.
I'm gonna share the screen again. I think now, yes. Now, yeah, I can. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I solved it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start from the beginning because it's like you didn't notice that. Number 1 here, I was talking about the difference between systems and skills. Then we have here the systems. We have grammar, we have vocabulary, we have written discourse, and we have spoken discourse. In the skills, we have writing, reading, listening, and speaking. But we have in the skills also, we have the receptive skills, we have productive skills. In the skills, we have receptive and we have productive skills. For the receptive skills, like reading and listening, because we receive them, we do not produce any language, we do not produce any output. For the productive skills, we have writing and speaking. But before I will share with you the procedures of teaching the reading in the classroom, even face-to-face or online, we need to talk about something that we have to understand that our students are not blank sheets. And we have to take the advantage of that. In order to understand this point, we have to understand what is happening inside the brain during the reading or during the listening or during any part of learning. We have 2 processes. Number 1, we call it top-down processing. And the second one, we call it bottom-up processing. For the top-down processing, I will give you an example now. Imagine that we are in the Japanese airport and we do not understand Japanese. But you listen at the airport like a voice saying like, It's like you can understand that there is, like here, there is announcement will be there now. Why? Because it's like in your schemata, you understand that when you hear this voice, you understand that there is an announcement that will be later be announced. But if you do not understand the language itself, you cannot understand the process in general. So a part of it is there, but the second part is not there. So the top-down processing in reading or listening or in the classroom, it's like you have to activate the schemata of the students, like calling their memories. It's like if I'm talking now about pyramids, so take the advantage that they understand something or they know something about pyramids. What about bottom-up processing? The bottom-up processing is the text itself, the grammar that we have, the punctuation that we have, the spelling that we have. So when you put the top-up processing and the bottom-up processing together, now you can understand the text. Without one of them, you cannot understand the text itself. Either you do not understand the language or you do not have any idea about the topic. And we're gonna start with the first part, reading procedures in the classroom, either face-to-face or online. Number one, we have something we call it lead-in. Then we have the gist reading. Then we have reading for details. Then follow-up. For the lead-in, you can start the lead-in by activating a schemata for students. You can put pictures like on your IWB, I mean the internet whiteboard or interactive whiteboard. Then after a picture and another picture, you can ask them about these pictures. Let the students work in pairs and in group working. After that, we have another part. We call it production. Let the students protect the topic by choosing the right photos or right pictures that you will show them on the screen. So when they predict, let them time to speak. Give them the opportunity to speak, either in pairs or in groups. And do not forget that you need to give them feedback after each point, each stage. After the production about the topic, you can personalize the topic. Why? Because when you personalize the topic with the students, they will be in with you in the classroom. They will be active. They will be like, they want to understand something more. They will be eager to understand the topic more and more. So for example, if you are talking about traveling, why you do not ask them, have you traveled abroad before? If you have this question, let them speak about it for 1 minute, 2 minutes. Let them express about themselves. And this will be the personalization. Before the text, as a teacher, we have something we call it PTV. The PTV, I mean, pre-teaching vocabulary. You are, as a teacher, can understand or predict the difficult vocabulary that the students can have or cannot understand. So this is your rule now, to ask them about the vocabulary, give them the vocabulary itself, either in PowerPoint or matching. So they are testing them and also at the same time knowing their knowledge about vocabulary, or by using pictures and let them to match the picture with the name or with the title. So PTV or pre-teaching vocabulary has to be around 5 to 7 words. After you're sure of your PTV, we can start the second step. You will be now in the text. But before the text, we have to understand the gist reading. You give them the text and you don't ask them directly some questions in the passage, but you can ask them to know the title of the story, of the passage. If you have, for example, 3 paragraphs, give them notes or pictures or main ideas that they can match the pictures with the paragraphs. And this will be just reading. So they understand the big picture before they start reading. So you are trying to engage them in the passage itself or in the text. And also, as I told you, we do not have to forget to give them feedback after each point. So after the gist reading, we need also feedback. After that, we have the reading for details. Now you have the passage or the text. Either the text is 1 paragraph or you have many paragraphs. And here also, I need to clarify something. all of these procedures are according to the CELTA level. CELTA level is like you have the passage or you have the text, and after that you give them questions, true or false, MCQs, I mean multiple choice questions, and any other questions, right or wrong, anything, true or false, and so on. But also, when you are doing something like that, you have to be aware, because now, like you are teaching, you are not teaching them, you are testing them. But if you want to teach them according to the Delta level, you have to give them before this step, how to read, how to use inference, how to use prediction, how to understand the skills that they need in the passage or in the text. So if you have, for example, and also we have some techniques that you can do them, even for example, if you have a long text and you have around 15 minutes or 20 minutes in the classroom, we can apply something we call it Jigsaw reading. In the Jigsaw reading, you divide the class into, for example, 3 groups. If you have 3 paragraphs, then you ask each group to read paragraph number 1, the second group will read paragraph 2, and the third group will read paragraph 3. Then before you tell them that they have to read, also you have to tell them that they will speak about what they have read. So for example, group A, you will read paragraph A. And do not forget, after that, you will tell B and C what you have read. This strategy or this technique saves time, because you will read the 3 paragraphs in the same time. If you're gonna read in the paragraph in 5 minutes, they're gonna read all the paragraphs in the same 5 minutes, because they are reading simultaneously. So after they read each paragraph, and now they are, for example, group A, group B, and group C, then you can divide them again. But this time, in each group, you have 1A, 1B, 1C. The second group the same. We have A, B, and C, and the third group also is the same. What is gonna happen? Speaker number 1, I mean from group A, will talk about the passage or paragraph A. Then B will do so. Then C will do the same. So after that, all the students will read the passage, applying listening, because they listen to each other. They are applying speaking, because they have to speak to tell the other group about what they have read, and already they read. So it's gonna be like integrated skills in one strategy, in one technique. After that, they can answer the questions, because 100% they understand the text. After your feedback. After the feedback, if you have reading or listening, I'm talking about if you have receptive skills, we have follow-up. The follow-up after reading or listening has to be productive skills, has to be either speaking or writing. So either you can assign them to speak about the topic that we discussed in the passage or in the text, or they need to write about something about the text itself. Then after that, you apply the procedures. So you have the lead-in. Do not forget to apply the prediction, personalization, and PTV vocabulary, pre-teaching vocabulary. Then we have the gist reading to tell them what is the main picture or the big picture of the text. Then we have the detailed reading or reading for details to understand the topic or to understand the specific points and answer the questions. And also at the end, you apply the follow-up skill or task by applying speaking or writing test. And these are useful websites for reading. We can use them. Number 1, we have Voice of America, VOA. It's amazing. It can help you find videos, find passages to apply with your students, even online or in classrooms. And also we have America Teen Talk. Then we have Project Gutenberg, and we have fanfiction.net. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yassin Alhennawy
Welcome.
from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We got many information about how to teach reading for ESL and EFL in a classroom. So the most important that the follow-up. I'm really interested with the follow-up reading.
It's not only follow-up reading. I mean, even in the classroom itself, you have to apply like the productive skills. As I mentioned, that the receptive skills are listening and reading, and you have a class now that is receptive. So they need to talk, they need to write about the topic. You have to choose that. Either you're gonna speak or you're gonna write about the topic. So you are doing mix between the productive skills and receptive skills in one classroom.
Yes, I agree with you, sir. The collaboration with the receptive skill and the productive skill. So after reading, we may follow up with the speaking and a writing skill. And then Mr. Yassin Alhennawy also provide us the useful websites for reading to our learners. One is from Voice of America, and then etc. So, one question, sir, from Dr. Gestoni Carprio from Manila, Philippines. Good afternoon, Dr. Gestoni. So, one question from Dr. Gestoni is, what about viewing an additional macro skill, sir? So, where does it fall under? It's the question from Manila.
And that's what I mentioned here. There is a difference between teaching them to read, sub-skills, like how to do inference, how to make inference, how to make prediction. This would be another skill. For example, if I wanted to choose for them the idea of inference or doing the summary, so I have to understand to do that before this session. So it will be the sub-skills will be in different sessions. So you are applying what you told them before. You told them how to make inference from the text. So for example, you have to tell them that the inference will not be stated directly in the passage. And you have to answer these questions. Also, for example, you can tell them some questions when the passage, when you have a question says, the passage suggests. They have to understand that the meaning of the word suggest here doesn't mean suggest as the literal meaning, but here it means what the passage what can be understood between the lines, what we can understand from these lines. And also, it's very important to notice something, that we have to clarify that the author has two ways, either to send you the message directly or indirectly. If you have a direct message from the author, this will be comprehension questions. Comprehension means understanding. So you understand the message directly. And we have the inferred questions based on your understanding. In this case, we have also the critical thinking of these passages. What do I mean? It's like for me now, as an example now, if I told you that I'm sitting with you now in the classroom and the door is open and I'm asking you one question. If I'm telling you it's noisy, what you can infer? So the inference here will be close the door, although I didn't say that. So I have to tell my students how to make inferences by real examples. By real examples, like the example that I mentioned here. So they have to understand that the message will be indirect. This will be the third question. So the sub skills, we can teach them in other classes. I'm talking about the procedures that you have to do to apply what you mentioned before. Thank you.
Yes, that's a great explanation, sir. So I do hope that Dr. Justino Carprio might catch your explanation just now. So before I move to the next, thank you very much for Mr. Yassin Alhennawy. What a great explanation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. Before I come to the next presenter, Mr. Associate Professor Dr. KJ Vargheese, I want to tell you all that now the participant on the YouTube channel is 700 participants. Thank you very much for joining us on the international webinar today. So I move to Associate Professor Dr. K.J. Vargheese from Christ College, Autonomous Irinjalakuda, Kerala, India. 25 minutes for you, sir. Please. Dr. Vargheese?
Yeah, I was just unmuted.
Hello.
Yes, hello, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to thank everyone, okay, for inviting me to be a keynote speaker here. And my gratitude and thanks goes to the wonderful hosts. Two of them are doing really well. And the rector who inaugurated the Deans of Studies. And of course, my close friends, Dr. Anti and Mutmaina, and my dear audience. So it's nice to be here again in Indonesia, and it is good afternoon again. Usually whenever I speak, it's good morning from India, but this time it is good afternoon from India to all of you. So we are having a difficult time, as we all know. And I must congratulate almost all the organizers of this wonderful webinar, that you have done a job, a very good job, which is the need of the hour to compete or to fight the COVID-19. And today I would like to speak on, in fact, the digital transformation of education, the digital transformation of education, how it is affected, affected by COVID-19, and also what should be the steps, what are the difficulties often faced by our teachers and students, and how we can overcome and be ready for the new normal. I call it new normal because naturally things are going to change. This transformation taking place almost all over the world. So it's going to be new normal. And how would be education like in the new normal? What are the expected changes that we are going to face in the education? Because I find most of our audience are teachers, researchers, budding teachers, and also our dear students. Okay, with this short, what do you call, introduction, I would I would start sharing my screen. Okay, so hope the host has already made me co-host so that I can share my screen now. Okay. Hope you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
That's very nice.
Thank you very much. Okay, if somebody do the admitting process, I'm admitting a few here, being the co-host. Okay, because it pops up, so naturally it may affect the screen sharing. Okay, thank you. So this is the title of my presentation: digital transformation of education in the post-COVID scenario. So as I was introduced, I am Dr. Vargheese, an associate professor and a research supervisor from Kerala, India. So what exactly is digital transformation of education? Okay, when we talk of digital transformation of education, it is often supported or helped by the latest ICTs, information and communication technologies. And education, as we know, is the process of facilitating learning and acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, everything together. Digital transformation means transforming an organization's core business to better meet customer needs by leveraging technology and data. That's a general definition. And here in education, the target customer is often students. Okay. Then, of course, the faculty, staff, alumni, and also others would, of course, play a very important role. So here, what we find here is often education is in the phase of digital transformation. Okay, no, we cannot say it has fully digitized or it has fully transformed, but it is being transformed now, and we are using effectively technology in order to meet other needs, in order to reach our students, because teaching is often said to be reaching, and we are in fact using technology for that purpose. Okay, could you just admit those who are waiting, because pop-ups come here and I cannot, yeah, okay, fine. So this is maybe a graphical representation of transition from physical to digital, a graphic representation from physical to date, from the slate, the physical, in the first, what do you call, technology which we used in our classrooms, to the iPad or the computer screen. Now, when we speak of digital transformation, this transformation of education and the students include recruiting students digitally, using social media and text messaging as a part of data-driven decision process. One thing. Now, another one is allowing students to register via their mobile phones on scalable cloud-based student information systems, providing a variety of online learning options. So students have enough courses to choose from at key points in their academic career, because in India now, many of the colleges and universities are recourse to these kind of admissions, because there are lockdowns, working with faculty and programs to convert courses to flipped and blended models. Okay, so most of our courses are, even the add-on courses are now run in flipped or blended model, using technology to monitor student progress and success metrics and execute intervention protocols. That's, we haven't started, because in India, it's the time of admission now. We have just started our admissions, partnering with industry to provide digital badges and certificates to enhance career opportunities. Okay, so we are also trying to make it maximum industry related. Whatever may be the subject that we teach, we often have now industry persons in our own what you call boards of studies, in our curriculum design, etc. And we are trying to relate and get these kind of badges from the university, industrial. So here, a question may be asked: who led the transformation of education? See, UGC, University Grants Commission, and MHRD, the Minister of Human Resources and Research and Development, are often said to be the educational agencies. And I would say it is not the UGC or MHRD, as far as India is concerned, or any educational agency in the world that led this digital transformation of education, but that is COVID-19. So COVID-19 has given us a lot of difficult times. We are fighting this pandemic, but as far as education is concerned, see, it has paved way for a kind of digital transformation of education. Most of our teachers and students were quite unaware of all these different platforms, and all these different what they call applications are now quite familiar with that, and they're using for the teaching learning purpose. My dear friends, educators, we are, most of our students are digital natives. They were born into the world of digitization, but even then they were not using these kind of technologies for teaching learning process, but instead they were using it for fun, for entertainment, for chatting. But now they have started using it, and teachers, many of us may be called digital immigrants, but even we are trying to use these latest technologies for our teaching learning process now, in order to better our teaching learning. But when we speak of, let's see how COVID has affected education. Let's think of the positive outlooks. There are a lot of avenues have been opened as far as education is concerned. Okay, people are taking online degrees from almost all universities in the world. I myself know how much Professor Andy has done, and even myself have done a few. What do you call online courses, paving way for learning. Learning with a difference, and now giving opportunity and technology. A lot of technology interventions are now happening when compared to what do you call previous years before the pandemic. A lot of what do you call technology interventions, a lot of new resources, then enabling learning of new skill sets. Now we are into learning into new skill sets, okay, which often affect our psychomotor domain. Okay, a lot of new skill sets are being learned, and reinforcing the need to continuous learning. And now we know we have to learn continuously. There's no break. Anywhere, anytime we can learn, and that is being practiced both by teachers for teaching and students for learning, creating a totally new education vertical. So a new education, vertical education, say when we speak of vertical education, it is mixing different age groups and teaching the same subject to them. Okay, different, and it depends on students capacity to learn. So naturally, vertical education is recommended. Again, it's a word very much used. Very few organizations have employed it, but slowly there will be a kind of vertical educations coming, especially the new normal. And negative influences we all know. Okay, the closure of institutions are closed, increasing of compulsive use of electronic devices. Even people who are digital immigrants are forced to use electronic devices, effect for general well-being. We are all worried about our well-being. Okay, social disengagement is there. Of course, we are not going out, we don't have parties, we are not mixing club activities, and we don't meet in colleges. The faculties don't meet, students don't meet. That interaction is missed now. Okay, social emotional side is very weak these days. Denial of extracurricular activities. No extracurricular activity. We used to do a lot of things. Okay, our digital exposure is very much, but with the social exposure is little. Teacher-student disconnect is often there. Otherwise, we personally, we meet our students face to face, we interact. That is also not there. We interact through digital devices. A lot of what I call positive effects have happened, a lot of changes, and one is digital transformation of education. Okay, now going to the next slide. When we think of student, okay, student disengagement, that is also a big problem these days. Okay, student disengagement, because ineffectiveness of virtual classrooms. There is a kind of what you call student disengagement. Let's see what are these, because this is experienced by all of our students. Ineffectiveness of virtual classrooms and learning outcomes. Okay, because we people are very much used to or conditioned in face-to-face classes. There's a kind of what you call, we often at least think that some of our virtual classrooms are ineffective. Teacher taught mindset. This is just because of the mindset. The teacher taught mindset, and for teachers, only face-to-face, we think that only face-to-face teaching learning can take place. Okay, so this teacher student mindset is also there. Okay, teacher taught mindset for students. Limitation in interaction, absence of community feeling and class atmosphere. Of course, we miss that. My students, when I teach them online, they say that they miss all this. And there's a sense of isolation. Okay, for a long time, they are locked out. Okay, and sometimes unconducive home environment. Home environment may not support our teaching learning process, because there may be parents may be teachers, students may be, of course, children may be learners. So at the same time, many will be involved in this process, and often we don't have such massive learning situations at home. So we have to change. Challenges of technical glitches like bandwidth, desktop capability and availability, inadequacy of resource, requirement of more than one laptop. Okay, I mean, we may need, when the classes happen together, everyone needs it. Okay, then naturally requirement, weather, if the weather is not good, we may have bandwidth problem, connectivity issues, power situation, power failure. So these are all there. These are all one reason or the other of student disengagement. Lack of individual attention, that is also sometimes a problem. Teacher learner responsiveness, computer fatigue. See, spending a lot of time, especially in front of the screen, will affect both our eyes. Content conflict. We have to split the content in such a way, otherwise there will be content conflict. If the classes come one after other, especially on the screen, there'll be naturally this content conflict, because it's not, because many of our students and teachers are not used to it. Okay, so in this situation, how to address these student concerns? Number one is to prepare students for change. They will undergo by induction programs. So we, of course, during the admission process, we have induction programs where we have to prepare our students for the change, because they have a mindset, teacher taught mindset, and the teachers have what you call a mindset of face-to-face teaching. So we need to intervene and train them accordingly. Do not force, compel, or pressurize by overloading academic sessions. That is also very important. 1 hour sessions can be brought to half an hour sessions, and some chats or discussions. Readjust pace of teaching. We need to, the pace of the teaching will have to be also readjusted. We cannot deliver our classes as we have been delivering in our face-to-face classroom. There need to be changes. Create student familiarity by facilitating face-to-face online ice-breaking interactions. It is better to have a kind of ice-breaking interactions in the beginning, so that students feel what you call very comfortable in the virtual classes, which are otherwise they are not used to. It need to be shortened class duration, give extended breaks in between the sessions. In our class, we often give them only 5 minutes break, but let it be some 15 minutes break after each class to clear inhibitions and anxiety, and create small group mentorship sessions. Okay, there'll be, of course, students will be, they may not be all ready for this. So do have small mentors sessions which will be useful. Use for social media like WhatsApp for informal interaction offline will also help. Okay, because we have to mix both offline and online teaching. Enhance faculty role in classroom from fire and forget to guide and mentor. So that was what we are used to do in our classrooms, fire and forget. Okay, just like we deliver the class, we forget it. Students also sometimes forgets it, because the class can never be retrieved again. It's lost forever in face-to-faces. But here, most of the classes can be retrieved. We have video tutorials, which students can come to at their own pace and learn. Okay, and so we need to be facilitators, guide and mentor the students. Okay, no more a teacher is a sage on the stage, but a guide on the side. Okay, a facilitator. Now, going to the next. So this is how the impact of this kind of ICT and COVID on teaching learning process. And when we mix ICT, there's a shift from, see, which we need to change the way teachers teach and the way students learn. The way teachers teach and the way students learn are to be changed. There's a shift from knowledge transmitters. In our face-to-face classrooms, most of us were knowledge transmitters. So there is a change from knowledge transmitter and a primary source of information to a learning facilitator. Teachers need to be a learning facilitators, collaborators, coaches, knowledge navigators, and co-learners. This is the new role of the teacher. To be a collaborator, you need to collaborate. Now we are collaborating. So many what they call faculty or teachers or experts from different parts of the world are collaborating to address the students, researchers, and teachers. So this is a kind of collaboration that we do. We need to be coaches, because when teaching is often limited to the thinking domain, whereas coach will take care of all the three domains, like affective, okay, creating an attitude, then psychomotor, creating skills, and also teaching naturally the thinking domain, okay, the cognitive domain. And now teacher controlling and directing all aspects of learning. That was in the face-to-face classroom. From there, in the new normal, there will be teacher giving students more options and responsibilities of their own learning. We need to shift some response. It is not teacher-centered classroom. It is going to be a learner-centered classroom. So we need to share or shift some responsibilities. Students will have to be self-motivated, self-regulated, and self-directed students in order to be best students. Okay, they need to change, and a lot of responsibilities are shifted to the students. See, this would be a graphic representation of this paradigm shift. Learner at the center. Okay, learner at the center, and teacher is very important. As I said, teachers can, once when I was presenting, I was asked whether teachers can be replaced. No, the teacher can never be replaced by technologies or latest ICTs. But teachers who don't know these technologies may be replaced by teachers who know it. Okay, so here, see, teacher, it's the duty of the teacher to introduce all these different resources to the learner centered. Teacher's duty is to be a facilitator of learning and introduce all these different sources of information to their students. Okay, so that is a paradigm shift. And the classrooms. See, if this is the late, the revised Bloom's taxonomy. In the classrooms, let me tell you, usually in the face-to-face classroom, what was happening in the classroom, remembering and understanding, and outside the classroom, applying, analyzing, because most of the time we have been just giving them data and information whole time, and we make them remember and understand. But applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating, etc., were often supposed to be done outside the classroom, and it never happened. This is often the traditional classroom situation. But in the flipped classroom situation, okay, in the new normal, in the post-COVID scenario, see, we may not frequently get our students in the classroom because of social distancing. So because of social distancing, students will have to attend our classes in shifts. 50 students in a classroom may be coming in 2 shifts to our classroom. So we need not repeat the classes. Let the classes go online and offline, and let's make use of the time we have in the classroom. We have in the classroom for understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating for the higher order of cognitive skills. I think that would be normal. That will be normal in the new normal. Okay, outside the classroom, we have offline and online classes, and students know before they come to the classroom what they know. What they need to study, and then for application, analyzing, evaluating, creating, etc. Creating is putting what they have learned into new formats. Okay, in simple words, for discussions, for what they call supplementing and complementing what we gave in offline and online classes when they come to the classroom in the face-to-face teaching. So that's going to be more time for working on higher cognitive skills. As the concept is flipped classrooms, okay, or in the blended learning model. Now, this is something very important again for teachers, especially at this time of the era, to think. This is TPAC, technological, pedagogical, content knowledge. See, this has to intersect here. See, if you want to be a teacher, because nowadays teachers, a teacher is not a person who considers 4 walls of the classroom his world, but a good teacher is a person who brings world into the classroom. He should be in a position to bring world into the classroom. How can you bring world into the classroom? Through latest technologies and correct pedagogical measures, cybergogies. Okay, so here what I would tell you is this is technological. See, as far as a teacher is concerned, content knowledge would be very good usually, because he or she has been studying it, content knowledge. But when you come to pedagogical knowledge, that's very important. The pedagogy, cybergogy, which is needed for the technological era, and technological knowledge. It doesn't mean that you need to have a techie. You need to be a techie or know all technology regarding. No, what you need to know is the technology, what you need to reach your students, to teach your students well. So it has to be what you call technological knowledge. So it is TPAC. So let us reflect and see wherever we are. And students will also need to have this knowledge. So when these 3 domains intersect happily here, we have a perfect, what they call teacher who can teach, and a perfect learner. But this doesn't mean, let me tell you again, this doesn't mean that when you return home after these webinars, after this COVID-19 pandemic, that you should have all these different skills. Yes, it's better that we need to have the skills for 21st century, which is problem solving, what do you call, collaboration, then the critical thinking, communication, etc. Then building a new paradigm, creative publishing, everything. Thinking pedagogy is needed. This is, but what I would say is instead, let's not have so many resources. It doesn't matter how many resources you have, but if you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. See, the person, so many ladders, but this is the way. He needs only 1 or 2 of them to look to the other side. But this is the way here. So too many resources, crowded resources may not help us in that way, but try to know about these resources. and how we can use them in our teaching learning process, both our students and teachers. Okay, and research scholars especially. So let me tell you, using this latest technology in our classrooms is not a skill set, but it is a mindset. I repeat, using technology successfully, both for students and teachers and research scholars, is a mindset, not a skill set. Okay, skills psychomotor we can acquire, but you need to first have the mindset. The affective domain should work here, and when the mindset is okay, things are okay. Okay, see, this is what is happening now during the COVID and after. See who you are. This is just a reflection. You can reflect who you are in fact. Some are afraid. 50% they say are still afraid. Okay, they are, you might have seen in European countries grabbing toilet papers, complaining about having to sit on the ass for full time, and always grumbling and complaining, is this not over yet? Sleeping until 12 every day, sleeping 12 to 14 hours a day, because they say they have nothing to do. But see the learning, this is 50%, but 40% of people are in the learning phase. They use the time and the time to learn new things. We have said the previous presenter saying he has taken worked on papers, edited books. Find ways to stay productive. That's what the important thing. How can you be productive these days? That is the learning phase. Give up what you can't control. These are a few things. This pandemic cannot be controlled until we find out the vaccine. But we need to stay at home. Social distancing is needed. So give up what we cannot control. Take action with our extra time. We may have extra time now. Take action. Use something. Live in the present, not in the future. Let's not live in the future. Say what would happen. No, live in the present and work hard. You need to work hard, but from work hard, that's group. But I say 10% is in the growth phase. Okay, maybe in 2 minutes I'll wind up. See, 10% is in the growth phase. We need to reach this phase. And what is in the growth phase happening? Plant seed for something amazing. Identify this time as potentially life-saving. Okay, life-saving and doing a lot of things, right? Life-altering, not only life-altering, changing. Use the time to build something that will have value for the rest of our life. This is the time you have to concentrate. Become mentally tough. Become great at time management. Very good, very important, time management. Develop a major skill set now. Major skill set. Change your life. Change your life. Okay, both teachers, students, and research scholars, we need to change our life because we should be ready for the new normal and work smart. More than working hard, we should work smart. Okay, so smart work would be something. This is an old story. I think it is in all mythologies, all countries. Okay, hard-working crow, putting stones, and when the water level came up, it drank. That is hard work. We need that, but we need to be smart too. Smart work is needed using the latest technologies because we are in the scenario of digital transformation. Using different technologies as straw, drink the water. Okay, so that is smart work. Now we need both hard work, but smart work rather than hard work. So naturally, this would, it is often said that great teachers are made, not just born. Okay, but there are, teaching, of course, is a vocation, not a profession, it's a vocation, but great teachers are often made, not just born. So we are teachers in making every second. And my question is, are you ready for the journey? And if you're ready, take off. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, and smart teaching and learning for students and teachers. It is smart teaching and learning for you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for Dr. Vargheese for the presentation. It's really interesting. It's talking about the digital transformation of education in post-COVID scenario. So digital information need to be better meet students' aim. So I highlight, one that I highlight here is the negative influences of the online learning. This is a social disengagement, and some of the students really miss to come into the classroom on this pandemic. So a question from Mrs. Rosemary L. Amparado from Mindanao State University, Marawi City, Philippines.
Okay.
And also the question from Mr. Nurkidam from Yayan Parepare, Indonesia. Yes. The question is, how can you best deliver learning to the students in law? Because you already talking about the digital learning. So how can we best delivering learning to the students in law or no technology environment?
Okay,
It's
I
the
do
same
understand.
question from...
Many
Yes.
are there. Okay.
Yes,
That's an
please.
interesting question. See, digital divide. I think she's speaking about the digital divide. The people with digital haves and digital have-nots. Okay, there are so many digital have-nots, and it is there in almost all developing countries, even in developed countries, I understand. But then we need to recourse to asynchronous method of teaching. Asynchronous in the sense, maybe both students and teacher coming live on platforms like Zoom, WebEx, Google Meet, etc. may be slightly different, slightly difficult. But asynchronous method is like video tutorials. You can have video tutorials put on different platforms, whatever the students have, whatever low tech they have. Maybe many of them are having WhatsApp or the Google Classroom. So at times there may be connectivity issues. So whenever they are connected, whenever there are proper bandwidth, they can access this class and learn. And in India, we have also delivering classes through TV channels. Okay, because TV channels, it's common that most of our students may have a TV at home. Okay, just a TV. So when classes are delivered through TV channels, they can attend at their own pace. Okay, and this kind of what do you call low-tech measures should be thought of seriously for teaching. And if you have EduSat facilities sometimes, okay, or you can access classes maybe in libraries. In India, we have libraries and what you call these panchayat systems where there'll be one TV for the whole gaon. Gaon means whole village. So students can collect themselves when the classes are delivered through TV. They can go, if they don't have a TV even, they can go there and sit and listen to their class. So that's what we can do as low tech. Okay, if you are not doing high tech. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So additional information from Mr. Muhammad Galal right now, they're writing on the chat box that the government of Qatar already provided the computer, the tablet, and laptop who are needed for the home-based learning. That's really interesting. We cannot do it in Indonesia.
No, we are also providing, but it cannot reach everyone because such a big number. Okay, we are also doing it in India. Maybe the voluntary agencies, charity, and government is also doing it, but it's very difficult to reach everyone. That's why we are telecasting our classes through TV channels so that students can access it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We also have a TV channel for Indonesian learner provided by the government. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. KJ Vargheese, for the presentation today. Now we move to the next presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail, Dean Egyptian Germany Academy on Egypt. Before I give the chance to the professor, I'm going to tell you that today in YouTube channel, we already have more than 800 viewers. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much for the participant. They already joined our international webinar on YouTube channel. So move to Associate Professor Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail. It's time yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Did you hear me?
Yes. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I start to share my desktop.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, it's clear enough.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. أنا بشكركم كتير جدا وبحييكم على الدعوة الكريمة ديت وحبيت إن أنا أقولها بالعربي يعني عشان توصل لكم بشكل أكبر. Firstly, thank you so much for this kind invitation to be with you. Dear speaker and the participant, I'm honored to participate with you. I would like to share some thoughts with you regarding artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can enhance education during and post-COVID-19. Firstly, the global crisis linked to the COVID-19 pandemic exceed by far the public health sphere, as it has deeply changed the fabric of our modern societies and leave no sector unaffected. Education has no been exception, and more than 180 countries around the world shut down all schools, affecting the lives of almost 1.6 billion children, youth, and their family. During the COVID-19 crisis, countries have implemented a range of measures to cope the education impact of the pandemic. In times of emergency, speed in the implementation of responses is key, but evidence of what the may work is limited and constraint on resources and capacity are being. I try to propose some ideas that can help universities structure the implementation strategy of their evolving education responses to COVID-19 using artificial intelligence. Let's go for our outline or agenda. I will focus on 3 points: the definition of AI, the role of AI, example for AI in learning. Let's go for this terminology. We hear a lot about AI. What is AI? We can define it as a branch of a computer science dealing with the simulation of intelligent behavior in a computers. Also, we can define as the capability of a machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. So we can say that artificial intelligence refers to the theory and the development of computer system with capability of performing repetitive tasks that require human intelligence. In the artificial intelligence in education market, AI-enabled solution and service perform various functions such as knowledge delivery, grading, and grouping of a student on a performance basis, and the intelligence tutorial system to improve the learning experience of a student and teacher. Artificial intelligence technologies such as deep learning, machine learning, and natural language processing are applied to education and the training software to improve performance and learning experience. Also, it is implemented as peer educational models such as a learner model, pedagogical model, and the domain model to improve educational system for better knowledge delivery and assessment. If we will talk about the role of artificial intelligence in learning, the transformative power of artificial intelligence cuts across economic and the social sector, including education. Education will be profoundly transformed by artificial intelligence, as UNESCO Director General said. Artificial intelligence will be evolving the teaching tool, ways of learning, access knowledge, and teacher training. Artificial intelligence had the potential to accelerate the process of achieving the global education goal through reducing the barrier to access learning, automating management process, and optimizing method in order to improving the learning outcomes. In the improvement of education system, an important role is played by artificial intelligence by providing various purposes such as personalized help meet a variety of student needs, support teacher, identify weaknesses in the classroom, automate grading, supporting student, and allow teacher to act as learning motivator. At present, multiple choice material can be automatically graded by using AI technology, whereas in future, as the technology evolves, it expected that as artificial intelligence technology will be able to perform a different job more than standardized ones. The global artificial intelligence in education market is projected to reach around 3.68 billion by 2023 at a compound annual growth rate of 47% during the forecast period between 2018 till 2023. Let us go for example of artificial intelligence in learning. The first rule or the first example, smart learning content and content analytics. The concept of smart content is trendy theme now, as AI can create digital content with the same degree of grammatically prose as a human. Smart learning content creation from digitized guides of text books to customizable learning, digital interfaces are being introduced at all levels, from elementary to post-secondary to corporate environments. One of the way to use in an educational system is when AI can condense the content in pertaining troubleshooting guides into more digestible study guides with troubleshooting step summary, flashcards, and intelligent simulation. Smart learning content can be also used to design a digital curriculum and content across a variety of devices, including videos, audio, and an online assistant. The second example, what we call it intelligent tutoring system. Artificial intelligence can do more than condense a lecture into flashcards and smart study guides, and it can also tutor a learner based on the difficulties they have. They involve something known as mastery learning. By the way, mastery learning is a set of principles largely tied to the work of educational psychologist Benjamin Bloom in 1970. These support the effectiveness of individualized tutoring and instruction in the classroom. There are now smart tutoring systems that use data from specific learner to give them the feedback and work them directly. For instance, an intelligent tutoring system called Sherlock is being used to teach Air Force technician to diagnose electrical system problem in aircraft. Another advanced version of intelligent tutoring system is avatar-based training modules, which were developed by University of Southern California to train military personnel being sent on international posts. The third example, virtual facilitator and the learning environment. Actually, with artificial intelligence, an actual lecture may soon be replaced by a robot. Well, not entirely, but there are already virtual human monitor and facilitator that can think and act like human. But how does a virtual facilitator think or act like a human? A new trending technology is known as touchless technology or gesture recognition technology. Gives a virtual facilitator the ability to respond or act like human in a natural way, responding both verbal and non-verbal cues. Smart learning environment and platform used artificial intelligence, 3D gaming, and the computer animation to create realistic virtual character and the social interaction. This initiative includes more than virtual facilitator as augmented reality. Maybe soon be as a part of the training. The next example is automation of administrative tasks. Artificial intelligence has great potential in automating and expediting administrative tasks for both organization and professors. Grading homework, evaluating essays, and offering value to student responses is where educators spend the most time. Artificial intelligence can already automate the grading process in multiple choice tests in order to allow educators to spend more time with a student one-on-one, but the technology may soon be able to do more than this. For example, what we call it peer feedback. Software developers are creating a new way to grade the written responses and the essay as well. The admission process is also set to benefit as artificial intelligence can automate the processing and classification of paperwork. The last example for usage of this artificial intelligence in the learning, what we call it automatic question generation for educational purpose. All of us know exam style questions are fundamental educational tools serving a variety of purposes in addition to their role as an assessment instrument. Questions have the potential to influence student learning. Some of the benefit of using question are offering the opportunity to participate, retrieving information from memory, providing learner with feedback about misconceptions, focusing learner attention on the important learning material, reinforcing learning by repeating a core concept, motivating learners to engage in learning activities. All these tasks or this core function of the question we can generate by or using artificial intelligence. Finally, I ask any researcher interested in any one of these group can join us. The first group interest in automatic question generation for educational purpose. The second group, automatic student tracking and monitoring. Anyone, any researcher can share us, just can contact with me via this email. Thank you so much. And once again, your effort is highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the excellent explanation about the artificial intelligence. It's for me as a moderator is the new for me is what is artificial intelligence that has a capability of the machine to imitate intelligent human behavior coming to our classroom. So Dr. Sherif Mohammed Ismail also provided there some example of AI in learning. So the question, after seeing the participant, I think that there is no more question to Dr. Sherif Mohammed. So probably we can continue that the presenter today to Mr. Engineer Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad, the Head of Educational Technology and TVET Research at Sukur IBA University, Pakistan. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Sherif Mohammed Ismail for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
You are very welcome. So I invite Engineering Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad to present the paper, sharing the topic for today. 25 minutes for you, sir. Please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and very good morning, afternoon to all of you. So this is Dr. Muhammad Mustafa Asad from Sukur IBA University. So thank you very much, State Islamic Institute Pari, to invite me in this international conference of Reconstruction for Future Education in Post-Pandemic. So you already gave my introduction. So the topic which I have selected, I have tried to make it more contextual. So I already heard so many new ideas, strategies, and several things from our great keynote speakers. So I would like to add a little bit in this, that how we can improve it further. And specifically, if I talk about in the context of such countries like Pakistan and other such countries, they are struggling or still working and developing strategies and frameworks to deal with this COVID-19 educational framework. So the topic is that the digital innovation and educational change, challenges and mitigating strategies for COVID-19 pandemic. So as we all know that the COVID-19 is now become the global issue, and each and every country is struggling and working and coming up with new strategies and innovative ideas that how they can accelerate or improve the teaching and learning practices and pedagogical practices around the world. So in few days and months, we have saw that in all over the world that the fastest transmission of such disease of COVID-19 and the countries, continents, economies, industries, education sector, all of them are disturbed and affected due to this pandemic. So if we talk about the context of underdeveloping and developing countries, so I believe that they have struggled a lot to cope up with this because of the limited resources, and also some countries like I'm very impressed with Dr. Vargheese that he gave a very wonderful presentation and give us a brief idea that how we can enhance our teaching and learning process with the use of ICT and technology. So like India and in Pakistan, we also have some limited resources and large population. So like Indonesia and such countries where the resources are limited, but the challenge is more towards that to provide education in this situation to each and everyone. So according to UNESCO, because of this outbreak of COVID-19, education institutions in 192 countries around the world has been closed, and 91.4% of the total enrollment in those countries were temporarily, the students were out of school due to this situation, because the countries, the institutions, they are struggling and coming up with the frameworks that how they can accelerate or minimize the issues and challenges which they are facing due to this pandemic. But still there are such challenges and issues. So similarly, that what are the today's education need in this COVID-19? That's the major challenge that which we are focusing, and it's a research study which is conducted during this pandemic situation, and they also propose some post pandemic strategies that how they can mitigate it. So the changing in the society through education and counseling is required, because the major issue which we have faced is due to the adaptability and acceptability of this situation. Because most of the students, teachers, there is uncertainty that how they can move with this COVID-19 and integrate such technologies or such things, and they can run their normal activities as they are conducting in the face-to-face classroom. So the first thing was that is because it's also a social impact. We also have a social impact of due to this COVID-19. It's just not focusing towards the educational impact. So because our education system is so much influenced, and we have a strong relationship with our social beliefs and social norms as well. So that was one of the challenge that we are facing, that we have to accept this reality, that we have to stay with this COVID-19 for some time, and we need some strategies and some mitigating measures, some approaches, some pedagogical approaches to deal with it. So another thing that we have to reduce the weaknesses within the education system due to this sudden shift, because most of our institutions and countries around the world were not ready for this sudden change, sudden transmission. So we must need to focus for those weaknesses which we have to deal in post-COVID situation. We must have like a distance education framework, or a framework for online teaching and learning in our normal universities, not the distance studies universities or virtual universities. We have to focus for all those. So integration of the technology in the virtual classroom it was also in the demand and also challenging, because if we talk about those teachers, professors, or educationists, they are skilled with ICT, they have the ICT skills, they know about the gadgets, they know about the platforms, that how this teaching and learning can be further strengthened with the help of technology and pedagogies. So these things are also lacking somewhere, because all the teachers, if we start from the primary school till the higher education institution, so those they have the sciences background or ICT background, they can cope up with it very well. But the others, they have social sciences background, so they are still struggling. So that was one of the challenge. Another thing is that we need to look at the innovative way of teaching. We cannot deny those students that they are not able to attend the online classes because of limited resources, because we know that there are some places, remote areas, where their students are they still don't have 3G and 4G signals. They cannot access to internet. They cannot afford the gadgets. They cannot attend the class in the synchronous mode. So we also need to, whenever we develop a framework, whenever we develop a strategy, so we must have to focus for those students as well, because they are also the part of our education system. So that was one of the very important we can say that the aspect that we have to consider while focusing for the post-pandemic strategies, that how we can construct education in that particular scenario. So because change is very important, either it's a negative change or positive change. The adaptability and acceptability is very important in our society, in our education system, anywhere we are working. So it's either a positive or negative. So I would like to quote here the George Bernard Shaw's, the famous psychologist, and he also gave this change-oriented quote that the progress is impossible without the transition and change, and those who cannot change themselves cannot change anything. So we have to accept this, because the first thing which I have highlighted, it was about the acceptability and adaptability in the society, that we have to accept that, because if the parental part or the parental element will not influence or will not understand this, that the students now, the children have to use this way of education. Now they have to learn through this online educational system. So there are also contribution, understanding, because most of the countries, if we talk about such countries, if I talk about my country, so the literacy ratio is around 57%. So how we can provide those like elements and awareness sessions to the parents, that how they can further influence their children, and they allow them and they monitor them, provide them all the required necessities. So that was the one of the thing that we have to focus for. So the next thing, that the transition to digitalization in education, because to minimize this issue, particularly in education sector, most of the countries integrate the digitalization of learning with the merger of distance teaching and learning opposed to face-to-face classroom. Because each and every country, like I also saw the presentation from our keynote speaker from Qatar. They are also doing very good, like coming up with good strategies and providing gadgets and all those. We are also doing this. Other countries also doing this, providing them on the national television, that they are giving them the TV education through they can learn the lectures, attend the lectures through the television. Also provide them gadgets, provide them internet access. So these are the strategies which the institutions of the nations can take the initiative individually or cumulatively. So digitalization of learning is an emerging concept, because previously we were talking about ICT in education, digitalization. So it was in the boom phase, was very influenced or very much in the educational trend, but currently it become very important, because previously maybe we are not giving so much attention towards the digitalization of education or ICT in education or integration of ICT in education. It was just a subject we just read or study that part or the article, and then we just pass the exam. But right now it's a need of the era. It's need of this current situation, because we have to upskill our faculty, our students, that they can learn and they can use such strategies, such gadgets, and cope up with this pandemic situation and after in the post pandemic as well. That will be very effective in the future as well. So this is an emerging concept in the field of education, comfortable to use in pandemic situation, because nowadays I think because in 2 and 3, 4 months before, if we talk about 3-4 months before, then the things were very much complex and challenging. But now the things settled, and the online classes, they are going smoothly. The students and teachers get the adaptability of the ICT technologies. So these are you can say that this is a global scenario, not a specific country or region. It's a global issue, and all over the world, the classes and education is now towards the digitalization in education, digitalization or virtually they are conducting. So the challenges of online community in COVID-19, the major aspect which has been essential and challenge for online communities to identify the effective practices with the use of digital tools and merger of readiness of online teaching. Because when we talk about in the start as an educationist, as working in the specific domain and the field, so the readiness was lacking somewhere. It was still in some areas we are not that much effective. We talk about experiential learning. If we talk about those students, they are engineering students. If we talk about engineering students, so they have to conduct some specific labs. Okay, for social sciences, for general art subjects, we can teach them theory through online. But what about those? They have to experiment in the chemistry, physics, electronic circuits. So we must need to come up with that content which is digitally aligned with all the provided resources, and with all, we can say that the objectives of that particular content. So the physical classroom, because we all know that we are shift from physical to virtual. So we must need to focus for those parts. It is a challenge that how we can transform those into virtual or augmented reality or virtual reality, because still that is in the progress, and that is also one of the mitigating strategy, but it is still not in the readiness mode. So whereas another challenge was which internationally the educators. Lastly, I was in the keynote session, and the faculty member highlighted this question, that the educators, the internationally, they are facing that they are not that much skilled towards ICT, because as I told previously, that if you talk about ICT teachers, or if you talk about science teachers, so they must have, or they do have those skills. They do have those competencies in terms of digitalization, in terms of ICT. But what about the others? So the capacity building of the faculty members, this is also a need to be in consideration, because they must have to provide them such vestibular training, such trainings in which they can get all the skills due to the sudden shift in transmission. Because if we talk about the students, so also the faculty members, because it's a two-way process of teaching and learning. So to admit this, that we have to deal with this after in the post-COVID as well. So the universities and institutions must have to deal with this, that with the help of capacity building among their faculty. So that was also one of the challenge which normally are focusing. And also another thing is that the students from remote locality, they are facing such as I also indicated, that the connectivity issues, technological issues, or such issues in terms of because they cannot attend the synchronous classes all the time, because electricity, load shedding issues. There is also internet connectivity issue in the remote localities. So these are also challenges for teachers, that how they can teach, or institutions, how they can deliver the knowledge, how they can deliver the content to those students. They're not in the access. So another thing that is highlighted, that the digitalization of learning provide to be an effective approach, which is promoting active learning, collaborative learning, as Dr. Vargheese also indicated, that if we talk about 4 C's, we must need to focus for that, because the delivery is not the major challenge. We also need to conduct the assessments online. We also need to assess the students. We also provide them that environment in which their 4 C's of 21st century's education will be aligned with the content, like the communication, critical thinking, and collaboration. So all those skills must to be integrated, which can encourage and motivate students towards the self-assisted and self-directed learning. So that these are the challenges which we are focusing as an online community. And another thing that is, if we talk about the opportunities, because previously we have discussed the challenges, as I also indicated in the start, and quoted the quotation, that the change is either negative and positive. We must have to cope up with it and accept it. So even if COVID-19 provide us like a challenge part, so also give us opportunities to the online community. Like the digitalization of learning also offer us, especially the educators and teachers and policymakers, to build their capacities, to build their competencies in terms of IR 4.0, in terms of education 4.0. So education 4.0, it's maybe something new for few of the audience. So education 4.0, it was the retrieve from Industrial Revolution 4.0, in which we have to develop such content.
Apa itu? Hello? We cannot hear you. Professor?
Hello, you cannot hear me?
Okay, that's good now.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So for opportunity, we're talking about the opportunity. So I also indicated about the education 4.0, because education 4.0, as I have stated in the start, that because in this current situation, in this current scenario, we also need to develop such content such you can say that material which can align the agenda of fourth industrial revolution, in which we can provide all the competencies to our students and the faculties. They can learn as per the need of IR 4.0 towards the robotics, digitalization, towards cyber physical system. So this is the time that in which we as educators, as students, as an industrialist, we can upskill ourselves. So similarly, the digitalization of learning established a uniqueness in terms of exploring the impact of current global issue of COVID-19 on advanced technological approaches in educational fields, as through research like what we are doing currently, that the virtual classroom, summits, discussions, all the experts can share their knowledge, information with the global community. So the research collaboration as a faculty members, as an educationist, we can come up with the research opportunities through collaboration. We can come up with such networking or such projects which are beneficial for whole community globally to mitigate this specific issue in education sector due to this COVID-19. So I think these are the opportunities which also COVID-19 provide us if we take it a bit positively. So that was a flow of Education 4.0 that I had indicated that Education 4.0 currently in this digitalization era, we have to work for that. We have to focus for that. And in COVID-19, I think what we were talking about previously before 1 year or 2 years about IR 4.0 or Education 4.0, so it was look like as something which will take long time to integrate, to implement. But now currently in this pandemic situation, it is a transitional shift. And now we realize that we have to focus for it as soon as possible, because this is the need of this time. We have to focus to develop our digital skills. We have to upskill our workforce. We have to upskill our students, our content, everything. So it's we can say that a very important part in this current situation. So digitalization of learning will facilitate educators and learners to access online learning materials, interact with each other through digital platforms, and to restore curriculum during the post-COVID-19 crisis and issues. So that was like what are the need of the skills, as I think I have already discussed this, that communication, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity. So when we're talking about the post-COVID reconstruction of education, so we must need to consider all these 4 elements in our new framework, in our new strategies, in mitigating measures, that there should be all 3 ingredients will be involved in our today's knowledge and education to upskill our students, to upskill our faculty members. So as the blended learning approach, I think the very successful, according to several researchers in 2020 during this in this COVID situation, the very successful outcome through blended learning approaches by using different way and different platforms and pedagogical approaches, as also indicated in TPAC model, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. So we have the blended learning phase, which is very successful. And most of the research studies has highlighted that it's one of the effective approach which we can use as a mitigating measure to provide synchronous or asynchronous mode of delivery, or in the mode of in terms of technology and gadgets to the students, to minimize the differences in terms of access. Also, another thing that is a flipped classroom approach. The flipped classroom approach, like if we talk about post-COVID, because the schools will reopen, the education institutions will reopen, and in that particular scenario, we can focus for that to minimize our interaction, to minimize our face-to-face interaction. So these classrooms or flipped classroom can offer the students, they can discuss virtually in a groups, and later on they can discuss with the teacher, either it's virtually, either it's physically. So it can minimize the, like we can say, the interaction, physical interaction, and also build the critical thinking skills among students. They can, and also collaborative skills will be improved and enhanced through flipped classroom. So that will be one of the mitigating strategies. And now, as also previously Dr. Had also indicated in his keynote session speech about virtual reality and augmented reality. So for experiential learners, the students of chemistry, physics, and the students of engineering. So right now in this time, most of educational technologists, specifically in the domain of development of gadgets or applications for education technology, are focusing towards virtual reality and augmented reality, to which can provide them a real world scenario, simulated scenario of a real world environment in which they can explore their content, in which they can perform their activities. So similarly in augmented reality, we can provide our students, for example, different lab environment and give them to those gadgets, because smartphone these days all students can afford, and most of them they already have either in the college, school, and university. So we can develop such applications, such softwares and apps. They can easily download it through Play Store, and student can use in chemistry lab, physics lab, and they can perform all the experiments, and it will be a digital lab manual. The student can perform all the experiments by using that augmented environmental application for such experimental subjects like physics, chemistry, and engineering subjects. So that can be also one of the mitigating possible solution for experiential learners through virtual reality and augmented reality. So that is that have already used successfully, very good impact in medical sciences. There are several applications available in market, available open source on internet, that in which student can download that, and they can learn about the medical sciences. Specifically, a lot of applications are available for medical sciences students. So that can also use for other experiential learning. So I would like to highlight about my research, which are currently we are working on that. So that will be specifically, we are focusing for COVID-19 pandemic, pre and post, and also that how we can come up with the best practices from all over the world. So we are currently we are working on these three research groups under my research group of education technology. So the integration practices and challenges of blended learning in pandemic situation of COVID-19 in higher education institution in the scenario, global scenario, for specifically for higher education institution, in which we are focusing about the best practices. So we can come out with a framework as well. Then the inclusion of digital competencies 4.0, perspective of STEM educators in COVID-19 pandemic, and also the motivation towards education 4.0 in COVID-19 among educators of community colleges in our country. So these are the research studies which we are currently working on them, and we have also got a very interesting results, so we can share later on in terms of publication. So that's all from my side, and thank you very much, the organizers, Dr. Andy, and all team for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So, engineering Dr. Mohammed Mujtaba Asad already discussing about today's educational need in COVID-19. It is integrating technology and virtual classroom, and looking for the innovative way of teaching. Actually, there's one question from a participant, from Mr. Maskur Polewali Mandar, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. The question is how to apply innovative ways. I thought that Mr. Mohammed Mujtaba already discussing much more about a blended learning. It a mix of face-to-face with the online learning. So we may use virtual reality and augment reality for experiential learning in COVID-19. But there's another question from Mrs. Rosemary, again from Philippines. That is a good question, I think. How can we guard against cheating in online learning? So please, Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad for answering the question, please. Against cheating.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. And it's a very good question. And I think the question also have a critical analysis part in which how we can minimize this cheating part. And really, it's one of the challenge, specifically if we talk about. So assessment, as I told you, that assessment is a major concern, and educators around the world, they are working on that. So we are now moving towards, I think all countries have their own strategies, but we are moving towards coming up with such assessment approaches, either it's formative or summative assessment approaches, in which we can provide students we get the students conceptual understanding, rather than we ask them to write and then they can provide us those bookish material. So focus for the conceptual understanding, and also we can connect such softwares of plagiarism like Turnitin. So we can connect in our LMS systems, in our learning management system. So we can assess that either the student's content is copy paste from somewhere, or he did some kind of cheating in terms of copy paste or something. So that can also one of the strategy, and I think that is already we are also using this. So if we talk about the conceptualization, that will be very effective rather than focusing towards the bookish thing. So I think that will be more appropriate.
Thank you, Professor. I hope that Madam Rosemary from Philippines may catch the point. So would like to say thank you very much for Engineering Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad for sharing the information for us today. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, yes. Next, we come to the last presenter from Indonesia, and also a person who helped the committee handling our virtual conference, international conference for today. Dr. Andi Asrifan, S.Pd, M.Pd, 25 minutes for you. Please.
Thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much for the chance given to me and sharing about one of the core in design the course in our classroom, because most of the presenter before explain about kind of media and approach strategy in teaching the classroom, especially in this difficult situation now in COVID-19. So I'm Dr. Andi Asrifan, and I'm lecturer from Muhammed University of Sidin Rapang, close from Parepare, the place of this conference now in IAIN Parepare. Thank you so much for to rector of IAIN Parepare, to the staff and faculty. Thank you so much for the organizing committee, in this case Dr. Hajja Nurhayati. Thank you for the chance given to us. So the topic that I'm going to discuss today is about the need analysis. This is the holistic review in design and course. Getting started, this is our experience, especially in English classroom. Sometimes we have the three questions show in the slide, The first is, did you ever feel the content of the course didn't match your expectation? And then did you consider some content or activity where or a little use or interest for you? And then where you are ever asked about what you need English for? This is the main problem. Sometimes the student who are in non English department, uh, uh, most of the, they feel that they learn English not based on their expectation or department. For example, they are in economy department, but the teacher or the lecturer teach them English for general. That's not based on their expectation and their needs. So let's come to what we'll cover and discuss today. The first is definition of need analysis, and then the classification of needs, process in need analysis, kind of information and sources, and instrument and procedures, and the last is the practical example of need analysis. Let's come to the first topic here, definition of needs. Based on the David Noonan, uh, say that need analysis is a family of procedures for gathering information about learner and about the communication tasks. And in addition, with Brown in 1995, that a need analysis is systemic collection and analysis of all subject and objective information necessary to define and validate defensible curriculum process that satisfy the language learning requirement of a student within the context of particular institutions that influence the learning and teaching situation. Uh, Based on Brown, we highlighted some keywords here that guide us to know about the need analysis. Need analysis here is the systemic system. Need analysis is the information necessary. Need analysis is about the satisfy of the learner. Need analysis is language learner requirement, and the last is need analysis is particular institution. Sorry. This is how about the history of need analysis itself, where there are three pages here. The first page here started from 1969 to 17, where uh, this is lexico statistic and register analysis, where the needs is the list of this create language item. And then in 1978, we know that MAMBI communicative syllabus design, where the need is a function and situation. And then late 1980, we know that the famous book about the need analysis here, the Hutchinson Water and then Brindle, the psychologist stands to needs. Needs here is needs are a linguistic item, function, learner perception, and psychological construct. So let's move to the second point here about the classification of needs. What's the needs here? The needs is that is the objective, that is and subjective, that is perceive and feel, that is the process oriented and product oriented, that is the necessity, lack and want. So let's really later discuss about this one. And then the next section is process in need analysis. There are three phases in the process of need analysis based on Brown in 1995. The first is making basic decision, and then the second is gathering information and using the information. In this in decision making, there are three here education that will lead us to gather the information. The first is who will be involved And the second, what type of information should be gathered, and then which viewpoint should be taken. And about who will be involved here, we have a target group. In this case, people about whom the information will be gathered, and then the audience here, the people expected to act open the analysis, and then need analyze here the people responsible for the conducting the need analysis. And the last is resource group. Resource group here, people considered to be a source of information. And the last is what kind of information should be gathered, putting in knowing the student need analysis here. The first is the discrepancy between the desired performance and actual performance. Democratic, in this case, change desired by a majority of those involved, and analytic here, what student need to move on a developmental sequence, and diagnostic here, weakness of lack in learner's competence according to specific or situation. And then the viewpoint here, the situation need and language needs, it should be now and then put a score in our design course. And then objective and subjective and linguistic content and versus learning process. We look forward in the practical one. In this one, based on the Tony Duddle and event, developing English for specific purpose, 1998. There are environmental situation. This one is one of the kind that should be considered too in design the course, where environmental situation consists of target situation analysis, and then consists of one means and subject needs, present situation analysis, and lack learning needs discourse analysis, one of the course, and mean analysis. Okay, this is just the chart where a guideline for design effective English language teaching material, where why we design our material, because that is contextualized, and then based on individual needs and personalization and timeless. This is why we design our own material. And there are some factors in designing the material. The first is the factor of learner. The factor of learner here, based on need analysis and knowledge about the learner and experiences, first language, level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purpose. And then the second consideration is the curriculum and the context. In this case, the value to be taught, a goal and objective. And the other consideration is the resources and facilities. In this case, teacher must be realistic. Access to resources will impact on decisions in material design, and personal confidence and competence. In this case, knowledge, experience, attitude, and how to use guideline correctly in the factor or the guidelining in designing the course. And about the copyright complaints, in this case, restriction, implication, and awareness. And the last is about time. The time here, sharing the material, and then working in the team, and then organizing the material. So this is the some factor of consideration in designing language material. Okay, so let's move to the process of investigating the learner needs. Let's come to the verse. This is just a simple diagram. We analyze the employer here. the target job of our graduate, our student after finish study in our institution or school. And then after that, we take in the data through individual interview. In this case, we take in the data about the what is their communication and needs, and then what is the learning needs. And after that, we design the curriculum. In this case, the context analysis, a course planning, establish principle and teaching and learning, formulating aim and objective, and a syllabus. And then after that, we construct the syllabus design and instructional material design assessment. And then we do the implementation in our classroom, and then we do the evaluation at the last of classroom. We have two cycle. The first cycle is before midterm term test, and then in the second after mid test to the final test. Okay, so the target situation analysis based on the data event and zones here is a referred form of need analysis which center on identifying the learned language requirement in the occupational or academic setting. And the LSA or learner situation analysis refers to subjective of field and process oriented needs, and also direct what learner want to learn. And then PSA or present situation analysis is strength and weakness in language, skill and learning experience. And then the last is mean analysis is involved information on of the local situation. In this case, the teaching method, management, student facility, and etc. to see how the language course may be implemented. Okay, the next is kind of information and sources. The information required in need analysis here, the first is participants, sure, purposive domain, target setting, interaction, instrumentally, target level, and command key. This is adapted from the M.Pd. And the information gathering here, based on Brown, we have a type of question. What type of question should be shared to the participant, and then will help us to gather information about their needs. And then type of instrument. What type of instrument? And then the selecting procedure. The type of question here, we consist of 5 important information here. The first here, the question about the problem. The problem here, accepting difficult or lack in performance. And the second is the question that cover about the priority. In this case, ranking the implementing the importance of element that make up performance. And then the ability here, current competence of learner at entry, and then solutions here, the perceived change that might bring about the improvement. And then the last year is about the attitude in this case of feeling and perception regarding the language or element in the program. And then the source of information here, there are some component of participant or gather to support our data. The first is information from the learner, information from the ex-student of alumni, the information from the ESP research or literature, people working or studying in the field, in the same field, a content teacher, document in the field, accepting information or records, a stakeholder, in this case, our client in our department, or employer based on our target or vision in our institution. And then the last is native speaker in the target context. And the last one is instrument and procedures. Instrument of procedure, instrument and data collection method here. we got the data from the questionnaire, sure, and then discourse analysis discussion with some people that can support our data, structure interview with maybe a principal or chief of department, and then some lecturer, and then the next is assessment and test, observation and meeting. And the last one is this is a practical example of need analysis, where the need analysis here, uh, the data from needs, want, and the lack that can help us to design the course in EFL or ESL classroom. Needs here, what is necessary in the learner use of language, and the lack here, what do the learner lack, and then want here, what do the learner wish to learn. What together needs, for example, why are you learning English? The learning is focused on the learn needs, and the lucky, what do you want to do with your English? And the one here, how will you learn and use English in the future? And the situation a situation and language needs that previously I showed to you all. The situation here are cover about the physical, psychological, and social needs. And the language here, what's the target linguistic behavior of the learner? And the objective needs and subjective needs. The objective needs here about the language proficiency, skill level, and etc. And the instrument to get the data about the objective here. Sometimes we distribute the questionnaire, personal interview, data collections, report, observation, consultation, and with the teacher and learner. And then the subjective here, this is cover about the wants, desire, and student expectation in learning English or in the course. And then the source of the data here taken from list and skills, questionnaire, and interview. Okay, this is designing kind of information, choosing the instrument, lack, need, and want. Where lack is information about the, for example, this is a kind of skill in language, information about the student writing skill. And then the question is how to know the student information, student writing skill. So that's exactly we give them the test, a written test. And then a needs here is talking about the information about what the student need to learn. In this case, we share the test and also our observation and our the questionnaire. And the last is the one here, information about how they will learn. How do we learn here? We got information from the interview from the student, and then some sources, people that just now I explained, and through interview and questionnaire. And here the finding here, for example, from the test, from giving the test about the lack, the student are lack after giving test in writing. So we conclude that the student are lack of punctuation, and then the student are lack of vocabulary. This is the information, the important information that can help us to design the course, the course in EFL or ESL classroom. And then based on interview, in this case, to find out the student needs to learn, we found that students are eager to learn writing, and then they want more exercises. And then the find about the one here to know about how they will learn. The student used to learn with course book, and then the student do not mind using authentic material. they prefer use a course book. I think that's enough for my presentation. But this is the last year that we have to consider too in designing material that the student multiple intelligence and then learning style. So some of our students prefer learning in and through visual, and then some of them are in the auditory or musical, and then some of them are interpersonal, and then linguistic, kinesthetic, interpersonal, and mathematical. So this is just a core because sometimes we just focus on our material, but we don't look some potential from our student based on their style of learning and their multiple intelligences. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Andi Asrifan for the holistic explanation about need analysis. How to design a language classroom based on the need analysis. Dr. Andi Asrifan also providing for us the classification of the need analysis and the process of integrating of learners' need. If I have a connection with the material from Professor Ali Qoura, that the syllabuses are the language classroom or even the syllabuses need to base on the student's need. That the education is a communication or dialogue, not on knowledge. So what's going on is what's going on inside in the classroom. So in other words, that we need to engage the students on learning. Thank you very much for Dr. Andi Asrifan for
Thank you.
the clear explanation about need analysis. We still have a time right now, so I give the chance to the participant if you have any more questions relating to the all presentation from the the speaker today. So you may put it on the chat box or on the live chat on YouTube channel. So I'm going to inform you that right now we have more than 1,000 views for the Prof. Yomi. Do you have any comment? Please, sir.
Di bawah. Mungkin mau di-unmute.
Sudah di-unmute, Prof. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Senang bisa ketemu
Prof.
lagi, Prof.
Yomi.
Presentation is good. To ask you about the multiple intelligences. How do you identify the students who have multiple intelligence in the classroom through online? Thank you very much. Do you understand what I'm saying?
How to identify multiple intelligence in online classroom? The question. Pertanyaannya, Kak. Prof. Yomi. Halo, Kak.
Ya.
Halo,
Oh, ya,
pertanyaannya Prof.
Okay,
Yomi. How to identify the multiple intelligence during or in remote teaching, online, specific in online or synchronous strategy?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Actually, my presentation is not touch about the multiple genres that multiple agencies is one of the item in how to design design the how to evaluate or collecting data through need analysis. But learning style and multiple learning style is how we approach different tasks, and then multiple intelligence is are representation of different intellectual ability. So how to now the student multiple intelligence in online. So we have to know that based on Howard Gardner, that the student have some learning style, verbal style, physical, logical, visual, auditory, and social, that we have to classify and classify first, identify the student who are in verbal, and then who are in physical and logical visual, and then we make a different group, and then we make a special task for those students. For example, in the first meeting, we gave them some material in linguistic verbal like song, in literature, and also in visual we show some picture or illustration like that. And then here let me show that
Actually, to analyze students' learning style based on the Assurka, you have the theory, the methodology, Assure, my student characteristic.
Yes.
Yeah. By question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for the question, Professor. So thank you for the response from Dr. Andi Asrifan. So I just want to remind to the participant today that we do hope that you may enjoy for tomorrow, for the second day, our international webinar for tomorrow. That we may start at 12. We may start on the 12th. Okay, we may start at 12 for tomorrow. So probably, is there any comment from the keynote speaker today? So please, time's yours, sir.
Closing statement. Ada Kak closing statementnya masing-masing.
Probably you have any closing statement to Professor Ali Al-Qoura, to Mr. Vargheese, to Mr. Engineering, Dr. Muhammad Mujtaba Asad, and so on, please.
So it was a wonderful seminar, ma'am, wonderful virtual conference. Okay, and I did enjoy it, though I missed one or two sessions, but it was a real experience. Great, and congratulations for conducting such a wonderful in a grand manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vargheese. We really enjoy too having an information from you. Is there anyone? From Mesir, from Pakistan.
And then good afternoon from Iraq, one of our speaker for tomorrow. Muhammed.
And I should say one more thing. Dr. Anti and Dr. Mutmaina are also doing a wonderful job, coordinating so many things. Okay. Great,
Thank you,
great.
Prof. Thank you.
And I think you are the most productive people in COVID times. Most productive
thank you,
people.
Prof. Actually, and Dr. Mutmaina is not a committee, but we just work behind the committee.
Collaborate.
Yes.
Yes.
And then we promote and then support all the university in Indonesia, state and also the private university. Support them to promote their campus and then sharing with each other.
Yeah, great. Sharing is caring, and now collaborate. Great.
Yes.
Wonderful job. Wonderful.
Thank you, Prof.
Congrats, both.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, from Iraq, wanna say something for us? Iraq, Kak, di unmute dulu. Yang Iraq.
From Iraq?
Ya,
Siapa nama
unmute
orangnya?
dulu, Kak. Muhammad.
Siapa nama?
Kita tadi yang Kak masuk. Dia mau ngomong ini.
Mohammed.
Muhammad
Abdul Karim. Oke. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh for everybody.
Waalaikumsalam.
It's my honor to be with you, and inshallah we'll meet you and present my presentation inshallah tomorrow bi'idhnillah ta'ala. Thank you for Mr. Dr. Andy and Dr. M for this opportunity, and inshallah will be more and more successful in the future. Thank you very much for both of you and for everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Professor Muhammad Abdul Karim. We will see you tomorrow. So as a moderator, I give the chance to the host, back to the host right now. And bye-bye. Thank you very much for all the attention. Thank you very much for the keynote speaker today. It's really interesting. I really enjoy it. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, great for the keynotes and presenters. Dear presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as the host, let me highlight the main topic described by the first keynote speaker, delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Sultra Rustan M.Sc as the Director of Islamic State Institute of Parepare. It is a very, very interesting topic that my highlight is regarding to the pandemic COVID-19. It is important to review again and interrelated between the religion values and the local values regarding the pandemic COVID-19. Especially I highlight this one because some participants come from overseas countries that he don't maybe catch what is the presented before. And next, this great presentation, thank you, Excellencies, for Director of Islamic State Institute of Parepare. Dear presenter, participant, ladies and gentlemen, as the host, we wish you all stay tuned on and enjoy this event. With pleasure, we would like to alert and inform you that the tomorrow event will be the specific term on spiritual education worldview and cultural value regarding to pandemic COVID-19. Therefore, we request to you all to join and enjoy the next international conference event. Please do not miss it. On the same time as today, we'll be open the Zoom in 12 EM. Okay. The next, we glad to inform you that the slide presentation and certificate will share to you all in the end of event after, I think, for tomorrow. The next, that all, what can I inform you for today, that the participant may you for share your email. We would like share all slide presentation and certificate with your email, of course. That's all what I can inform and share to you all. Thank you for your kind attention. See you tomorrow. Okay. Natamanna liqa godan bimasyiatillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof. Ali, all of you. Assalamualaikum.